vetted out that y'all probably don't see. Call the January Planning and Zoning Board meeting to order. As you know, Shelley has been going over some of the ground rules this evening, and we're trying to make this work best we can with social distancing and one person per table. So I ask people to please follow that. I'm sure city staff will let you know if you're not. Also, I ask you to put your phones on vibrate if you have that. We have several items this evening, and the first one is for the Dixon Village. And so hopefully folks that are in this room are for that, and as overflow comes. We should have, Shelley has brought to me, there's a sign-up sheet for individuals who would like to speak. The way we'll go through this evening is the city staff will make their presentation. The applicant will have time to make their presentation. And then individuals who have signed up to speak will give you 3 minutes per person. And I'll nominate somebody on the board to keep up with the time for us, but you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and then the board will go in to discussion. So thank you. Thanks for being here. The first thing I want to cover before each meeting, within the city of Belmont, we go over our vision and mission, core values statement. And I want to read to you, because most of you have not been able to these meetings, and I don't know if you can read the screen, but the vision statement for the city of Belmont is Belmont will be a vibrant, multi-generational community that incorporates small-town charm and heritage with the entrepreneurial spirit. The mission statement for the city is the city of Belmont provides visionary leadership, high-quality city services to create a community of choice for our residents, visitors, and employees. And below that, there are several core values, and I'm not going through them all, but I'll hit several. Lead with honesty, vision, and responsibility. Maintain balance, open-mindedness, and executing duties. So with that, welcome. The first item on the agenda this evening is to set our agenda for tonight. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved. Second.
By Matt and by Dan and second by Matt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. First item on the agenda will be the adoption of the minutes from our December 17th meeting. Hope everyone's had the opportunity to have read through those. Do you have any additions, corrections to those minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
There's a motion by Matt. Is there a second? Second by Allison. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. The first public item this evening is ZA2020.05 Dixon Village, a request to rezone approximately 7.5 acres from Suburban Residential to General Residential Conditional District to accommodate 28 homes, mixed income, single-family residential subdivision comprised of 3 and 4 bedroom detached homes.
All right. Thank you. And this is item number 1 on the agenda, Dixon Village, zoning amendment number 2020.05. The request is to amend the current zoning and to rezone this parcel, which is 7.58 acres, from its current zoning of suburban residential to general residential conditional district. The purpose of this rezoning request is to accommodate a 28-lot single-family residential subdivision that would serve as a mixed income community. The requests for relief for this project are some relief to the tree protection and landscaping requirements, including the newly added requirement to conduct a tree inventory and our minimum tree save area. The residential design relief requested is a reduction in the front yard setback, the parking pad depth, and porch sizing. And for the community layout request for relief, The applicant is seeking relief of the, I apologize. Thank you. All right, sorry, if I need to repeat any of that, please let me know. But for the community layout segment of the request for relief, the applicant is seeking relief of the street tree requirement specifically at locations that are adjacent to tree saving area identified on the site plan. In addition, they're requesting relief of the sidewalk infrastructure only at the locations where they're adjacent and parallel to the natural service trail provided on the site. The subject request for relief is associated with parcel ID number 182.236. It is only one parcel, but it is the entirety of that parcel being considered tonight. The applicant and Habitat for Humanity of Gaston County and representatives that are in the room tonight, there are more than this, but the main representatives are Kate Pinger, the executive director, and Brett Cowan with the guys group who's provided engineering and created the site plan for your consideration tonight. I do believe that there are some more representatives in the room as well, if you have any questions. So to get us started, this project is located off of Lee Road. It is located within the city of Belmont's municipal limits, and it is also located directly north of the ADJOURNMENT Village subdivision. A little bit of project history. This project was originally envisioned back in 2009, and in August of 2009, the planning board recommended an SR zoning be applied for the project. This reasoning that was documented in the minutes from that planning board meeting was due to the fact that zoning was being applied at the time of annexation. And so the planning board in 2009 was a bit nervous about a by right zoning designation of GR, which would have allowed 6 dwelling units to the acre by right, because of the recession in the event that the Habitat for Humanity entity was no longer allowed to retain ownership or move forward with the project that's proposed. They did note in those minutes as well that it was their interpretation at the time that the SR zoning designation did allow some flexibility of density on a project-by-project basis. And since on the agenda for planning board and city council, the schematic plans were immediately following the zoning designation, it was determined by the planning board that that would be the best approach, would be to improve some flexibility and density at that time specifically for this project. So in September 2009, City Council did ultimately approve the annexation of this parcel, the zoning designation of SR, and the schematic plan that you see to the left, which looks very similar and has the same number of lots as the one currently presented. However, as I know, we'll talk about this a little bit more as we move forward. The applicant has made adjustments to this plan to increase compliance with today's current ordinance, with the understanding that things have changed in the city and what our expectations are between 2010 and now. So in 2020, Habitat for Humanity leadership reached out to the city of Belmont, seeking to reactivate the project to meet the needs for housing within the community. And so that brings us to where we are tonight with this project before you. And before I get started on the technical side of things, I wanted to take an opportunity to invite Ms. Fury up to share a little bit about the project purpose and why it would be seen as critical in terms of meeting a need in the Belmont community. So with that being said, I'd like to invite Ms. Fury up to say a few words.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment just to introduce myself to everybody in the room. My name is Darlene Fury. I am 41 years old. I am a graduate of Belmont A&M College. I received my bachelor's degree in applied psychology back in 2010. I am a licensing placement specialist with Elon Home inside of Charlotte. I have been a foster parent for 10+ years, which have given me the opportunity to adopt 2 out of the 6 children I currently have in my home. My oldest son is 24, his name is Simon, and my daughter Elizabeth is 21. My son Will, he's 20. My son Christian is 19. My son Joshua is 14 and a half, and I have a daughter that's 5. She'll be 6 next month. It's very important that I say that tonight. And the reason that I reached out to Habitat is because, of course, I'm a single parent and I live in a 3-bedroom apartment. So you can imagine that space was truly an issue for me and my family. And so I reached out to them with my needs of concern, in that looking for a 4-bedroom apartment in Gaston County was extremely, it was not affordable. The cheapest that I could find was like $1,300 a month, and I really couldn't afford that alone at that time. Also in my community, there were safety issues. The community in which I lived in, it was drug infested, and it was also ridden with crime. We had a lot of break-ins at the time, but I do thank Dallas Police Department for partnering with my property manager, and we got an on-site police officer living in our community now, so that has helped with some of the crime that was in the area. Another thing that presented itself was just anxiety, and the fact that I was afraid that my children would get caught up in the wrong crowd of people doing the wrong things. And my son Chris, who is now 19, he did fall in that crowd of people. And so with the support of my ex-husband and his family back in Wisconsin, we was able to send him there, and he was able to graduate with honors out of Belmont, Wisconsin. So I just want to thank you guys tonight for listening to my story and knowing that owning a home will be a dream come true for me and my family. My daughter, she's a dancer, my 5-year-old, she's a dancer, she's an aspiring dancer. And so living on the 3rd floor at this time, we do have to limit her activities or jumping and dancing, not to disturb the neighbors below us, but that is a dream of mine to see her being able to dance in our new home. Thank you so very much.
Story with us. I just wanted to, as we move forward with this presentation tonight, one aspect that is the reasoning behind the applicant seeking relief is the desire to provide affordable housing options as an opportunity for families. And so I wanted to make sure that that voice and that testimony was shared with you tonight as some of the reasoning behind their request for relief. Yes, it's always money, but the reason for money is not simply for the applicant in this case. It is also to make sure that they can impact the lives of the families being served through this community. And so, with that being said, we'll get into the more planning side of things. On the environmental setting of the project-specific site, the current site is undeveloped land. It is largely covered in tree canopy. Topography on the site varies from 766-foot elevation to 738-foot elevation. So there's about a 20-foot change in elevation from the west side of the site to the east side of the site. Adjacent uses to the property include single-family residential development, mainly rural on the county's area, and then a little bit more moderate in density on the Belmont side. This is located in a watershed protected area, but it is not located in one of the critical areas for our Belmont watershed. It is not located in the proposed plan that is currently being considered tonight, or that they are seeking consideration of, is before you on the street. It includes 28 single-family residential lots of approximately 5,900 square feet in size. Sidewalks are proposed, street trees are proposed in most of the development. The area specifically that we're requesting relief on this site plan is located in the central area where for those of you in the back, there's a wave line in the middle of this plan. I apologize for being a little bit hard to read. that is the area where the natural trail is and where that tree stand area is specifically where the applicant is seeking relief. Otherwise, along all the frontage of the properties would be looking for protection. In staff's analysis, the existing zoning of the site as stated is suburban residential. The adjacent classifications of zoning around the site include general residential, Gaston County's R1 designation with urban standards overlay. And it is surrounded by low density residential development and medium density residential development. Anybody needs to take a pause. There are also noted there is some undeveloped land also near the subject parcel as well, and it is identified by the community that there is an adjacent farm along the road. And so, within general residential zoning designation, which is a zoning that they are seeking to be rezoned out, that density allows for up to 6 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is not seeking 6 dwelling units per acre on the proposed site plan. Their proposed density is 3.69 dwelling units to the acre. So relief is not required in that area through that rezoning. Their current designation allows up to 3 dwelling units per acre, which would allow for a maximum of 22 lots by right. The tree save, our current tree save requirements state that 20% of the site be reserved for tree save area. The applicant is seeking relief from that request and asking for your consideration of review under the requirements from the 2010 tree protection requirements. But with that being said, while that set of requirements would not have required any area for tree save, they are committed to providing 18.7% of the lot as tree save area on the site. The reason that they are mainly requesting consideration under the older tree protection code is because the current ordinance that was recently adopted does require a tree inventory to occur on site. And since a lot of the design work was done when this project originally was envisioned, it would add significantly to the cost and the timing of bringing this project to realization. The common open space that's provided on the plan is 1.46 acres, which exceeds by around 25% the current Belmont required open space of 1.17 acres. The lot widths that are being proposed are also in compliance. Applicant is agreeing and proposing to provide 2 spaces per dwelling for parking. They are asking for relief of the parking at depth only. Our current ordinance requires 30 foot in depth. However, they are seeking 22 foot in depth per relief that has been granted in other cases, for example, in the McLean subdivision. So they're asking for your consideration for this project as well. For setbacks, they are willing and able to meet both the side and rear setbacks that are designated by the zoning ordinance. However, they are seeking a little bit of relief on the front yard setback. Our current ordinance requires a 20-foot front yard setback, but does allow up to an 8-foot encroachment into the front yard setback for front porches. The applicant is seeking a 10-foot front setback, but noting that no porches would encroach within that. So if there was a porch, which there will be porches on these homes, it would start behind the proposed 10-foot front setback limit. This is review of the tree stand open space. As stated, the current ordinance does require that 20% of the property be reserved as tree space. However, it does give credit for significant and heritage trees that are identified through the utilization of the tree inventory. And so there are many times that we would anticipate that if the tree inventory is done, that a true 20% of the property wouldn't ultimately be reserved for tree stand area, as they would get credit for some of those larger trees on the site. And so with that in consideration, the applicant is fairly close and or within range as to what we would anticipate seeing in some of the other projects in that area. They would just be proposing utilizing a different process for securing that percentage of tree stand. In the open space, we will go over the specific figures, because we already talked about that on the last slide. But amenities to be included in the open space are a playground and a walking trail. The applicant has also provided an accessible walkway from the ADA accommodated parking space along the central portion of the plan that would allow ADA access to the playground and proposed central layout location on the site. The architecture proposed within the Dixon Village community would consist of both 3 and 4 bedroom single-family dwellings, all of which would include front porches. The applicant is seeking a little relief on the exact sizing of the front porches, as floor plans for this community are still being determined. However, while our ordinance requires a 6-foot depth minimum and 50% of the facade width minimum of the porch, and they're seeking relief of that, they are proposing and committing to providing front porches for this community on every dwelling that are at least 40 square foot in size. Applicant is seeking approval of vinyl siding and the primary cladding material for the homes within this community. However, within your packet, you'll find submitted standards by the applicant for representative materials just based on availability that they're proposing to utilize. That would include both the standard horizontal design and board backing design, as well as some inclusion of some vinyl shaping material. In addition to that, the applicant is exploring some stone at the bases along the front porches as an accent to the front facade. And they are committing to a minimum of 2 materials and or textures per front facade in this mill. So to expand a little bit more on the request for relief for the front yard setback, I'm not sure how legible that image is, so for that I do apologize. But provided on the screen for your consideration, it is proposed typical blocks with a front porch that is tucked into the design of the dwelling and one that is protruded from the front of the dwelling, but in both cases it is proposed to not encroach within the 10-foot proposed front yard setback area. In addition to this, on this lot layout, you'll notice that because the applicant is seeking to provide parking not within a garage but alongside of the dwelling itself, that would allow for additional increased spacing between the residential units than what is required by our side setback. So our side setback would note an 11-foot side setback minimum, and with a parking pad width of 18-foot minimum, we would anticipate that each dwelling unit would be no closer than 18 foot from one another. As opposed to this project, because of its number of lots and number of bedrooms being proposed, is below the threshold for a TIA, or a traffic impact analysis study. However, the city has reached out to Hamlin Corps, our traffic engineering consultant, and they have provided that this project would provide an estimated 322 daily trips, but that is 1/3 of where it would be in terms of a trigger for us to require a traffic impact analysis on the site. So for that reason, there was not a traffic impact analysis or a technical memorandum required by staff because of it being significantly below the threshold. The site is currently accessed via Lee Road. Lee Road is a state-maintained secondary roadway identified as SR2021. And with that, I know the community has raised some concerns, and I'm sure they will mention them tonight, regarding whether or not that roadway is wide enough. And so out to NCDOT to just confirm that that roadway and its design is wide enough and adequate to serve any new development along that thoroughfare. And before you deny it, there is a copy of that response, which does confirm that the road is 18 foot in width, and that meets the minimum design requirements for a secondary road, and they see no problem serving the Dixon Village community. However, their recommendation for including would be a stop sign at the intersection where the proposed development ties into the road. So that letter is there for your consideration. In addition, the layout of the site provides a circular road layout that will allow vehicular traffic along the road, whether it's residents within the community or visitors or school buses, trash trucks, anyone utilizing that corridor to be able to turn around more easily than the current configuration, which provides a partial hammerhead type turnaround or partial T intersection at the very tip of the road. This would allow traffic to utilize that loop. That would be, as proposed, a city maintained street, not a private street. In addition, there is a proposed road stub out noted on the plans as Brush Road that would allow for increased connectivity and roadway infrastructure if and when the adjacent parcel is currently owned by the Catholic Diocese to the east of this site is ever developed. Utilities and infrastructure. Booster pump station will be required to service this site. It is currently in the planning stages by the city engineer. I would like to provide a clarification to the staff report that vertical construction would be allowed by the city engineer and city fire department to begin on selected lots in coordination with the engineer once road and hydrant infrastructure are in place to adequately serve and provide safe constructability conditions. After reviewing the road mile study provided by the applicant, the fire department has also confirmed that they would be able to rate the subdivision with an insurance rating that matches the rest of the Belmont community. That would be an insurance rating of 3 once the items are installed. And it is within 5 miles of the current station location at 301 Keenan Boulevard. In addition, they noted, and a copy of that email was provided to you all tonight, that insurance ratings of properties within 1,000 feet of any newly installed hydrants within this community would likely also decrease as a result of that new infrastructure, as they're currently not able to obtain that based on the way that firefighting would need to be done in a more rural setting. That would be able to be applied for property owners regardless of whether or not they're within the city limits or not, just because of the infrastructure being within proximity. In terms of its compliance with the comprehensive land use plan, the comprehensive land use plan does designate this area where noted with a red star, and there's a lot of colors up there on the screen, but there's a red star in the upper portion of the site right next to the orange dashed line that notes the project location. It does note this area as suburban neighborhood, which is identified in the comprehensive land use plan as ideal for both low density and medium density single family residential development. It's staff's opinion that this project is consistent with the vision outlined in the 2018 comprehensive land use plan, as it promotes choice in housing and promotes social and economic diversity within our communities. And for that reason, it is staff's opinion that it is consistent with the goals identified in the land use plan of land use and community care. The applicant was required to and complied with the requirements to hold 2 community meetings. So in addition to that, there was a sign placed on site, as noted in the picture to the left. The 2 community meetings, due to COVID restrictions, were held via Zoom. One was on December 28th, one was on January 11th. Both meetings were well attended, and applicant very quickly provided provided minutes noting community questions, comments, and concerns that were brought up during those community meetings. Some of those highlights included the tree state areas and screening from adjacent residential development, street access and traffic that would be brought on by the development within this area, infrastructure and water pressure related to the booster pump station and its installation, and overall community maintenance and impact on property values. In summary, this request is to rezone the subject parcel from SR, Suburban Residential, to GR, General Residential Conditional District, to allow for relief in the areas of tree protection and landscaping, for the tree inventory requirements and minimum tree saving area, front yard setbacks, parking pad deck, porch sizing, and the layout of the community adjacent to the tree saving area and trail to provide relief of street trees and sidewalks specifically in those areas. It is staff's opinion and analysis that the project otherwise complies with all of the regulations. And this project will provide a mixed income community that creates affordable housing opportunities within Belmont's city limits. And with that, I ask that you receive the staff report and public comment and follow. And then after hearing all comments and detailed body before you, that you consider a recommendation tonight to either approve this project as drafted, approve with modifications, or disapprove. And in addition to making that finding, we ask that you make a determination of in a two-part method. One, whether or not the project is reasonable, and two, whether or not the project complies with the comprehensive land use plan, and whether or not it's consistent with that plan.
Thank you, Tiffany. Does anybody on the board at this time have any questions of Tiffany for clarification? You'll have opportunity to come back later after public input. Does anybody have any questions now at this point? If not, then we will proceed to the applicant. Is there anyone here from the applicant that would wish to speak on behalf of the applicant? I know that Darlene has already spoke. I don't know if there's anybody else with the applicant that would like to speak at this time before we go into public comment.
I would like to provide an opportunity for Kay, as the executive director, to say a few words about this project as the applicant. If she would like to.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Dixon Village is an innovative project to provide affordable housing for the community. The need in our area is very great for people who are seeking the home ownership. What Habitat does is we provide a hand up to families. We do not give away homes. We sell our houses at fair market value. And then our homeowners pay for them with an affordable mortgage. So we do not bring down the property values in the surrounding areas. But this is a wonderful opportunity for our homeowners to have adequate housing, something that is safe and healthy for them, a place for their children to grow up. It's something that they want for their families, just like what we want for our families and what we have provided for them. It's also an opportunity for another segment of the affordable housing market, entry-level market rate buyers. The inventory of new construction homes below $250,000 is very low in this area, according to a study by the Childers Klein Real Estate Center at UNC Charlotte. And this is what the other segment of our housing will be. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Anyone else from the applicant side before we go to public?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Is this a 3-minute timer? Do we know?
Check it.
Nick, if you wouldn't mind. So I have a list, and I'm gonna ask, as I call the name, if it would come up and state your name and your address. The first person I have on the list is Jennifer Anderson. Your name, your address, and you have up to 3 minutes, Jennifer.
Yes, sir, good evening.
Thank
My
you.
name is Jennifer Anderson. I live at 3011 Lee Road. I live at the entrance to Lee Road. I'm a resident of Lee Road in Gastonia, in the North Belmont area. We moved to that area to escape development in the city of Gastonia. I'm here to ask the planning and zoning board to vote against the rezoning and requested variances to the Belmont town ordinances for the proposed Dixon Village community. Lee Road is a dead-end rural road comprised of all county property except this property. It creates a very unique situation whereby the city of Belmont decisions are impacting county property and residents due to the property having access on Lee Road currently. County ordinances in that area require 30,000 square feet of land per house. This project is seeking around 5,800, about 1/6. County standards would allow roughly 10 houses on that property, and the proposed zoning would allow 28, which is almost 3 times what the standards are for the rest of the properties on that road. Rezoning stands to significantly impact the aesthetics as well as property values of the rest of Lee Road. All of the conversation earlier was around Belmont, but this significantly impacts your county neighbors. And it stands to impact us by adding a densely populated cookie-cutter neighborhood in a sea of widely spread out county properties with farms and animals as neighbors. Additionally, the variances requested would significantly impact Lee Road residents aesthetically by allowing less driveway space, less tree shade, less setback from the road. They do not meet the county's goals for our area. I know it's within Belmont, however, per the Gaston County Planning Office, key issues for our area include preservation of open spaces, road improvements, maintaining the rural feel of the area, and better connectivity to other areas of the county, none of which would be achieved by rezoning and the variances. Lee Road is not equipped for the additional traffic the development would bring. I know the NCDOT said it may be wide enough, but looking at the topography of the road, it has many switchback turns in it that doesn't allow for us to freely pass another vehicle. I work from home currently, and I maybe see 10 to 15 cars go up and down our rural road right now. We're talking about adding, as I mentioned earlier, 322 daily trips in and out of the road. It stands to significantly impact us. We currently, my family, my husband, my children, and myself use that road for running, walking, riding bikes, scooters, and enjoying leisurely activities without traffic. The NCDOT standards, I just mentioned that, sorry.
Please conclude your statement.
Okay, thank you. Before you decide, I would ask yourself, if the old Belmont Middle School is torn down, would you approve these variances and zoning changes for new development in that area? And if you wouldn't, I would ask that you would think about your county neighbors and think about your North Belmont and maintain your standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. The next person I have on the list is Jason Cagle. Same rules, state your name, address,
Jason
3 minutes.
Gale, 3057 Lee Road, also on 3055 Lee Road. I grew up on that road all my life. That road was dirt. We drove dirt bikes, go-karts, to bicycles. I look at that road's width. I live in one of the turns, and that's one of my fears is somebody coming through that turn too fast who don't know that area. NCDOT requires, to that neighborhood, what is the road width? 60 foot? The road width into the neighborhood?
It is 50 foot right
50 foot. We're talking about 18 foot. So, I don't want the traffic. I know my neighbors don't want the traffic. And about the road width, it's That's our piece on earth down there. I work in Charlotte, I deal with traffic, I signed up for that. I didn't sign up for this. So I hope we can, vote against this. I appreciate what Habitat does, but not in our neighborhood. I yield back my time.
Thank you, sir, we appreciate it. The next on the list is Ed Lineberger.
Yes, I'm Ed Lineberger. I live at 3021 Lee Road. I have a farm at the end of it. My concerns are the traffic. Right now, I have trouble getting on Hickory Grove Road. Sometimes early in the morning. I also have a farm at the end of it. I drive tractors up and down that road. I have for years. My family's been there since the 1940s. And we do a lot of agriculture with cattle. Have a field across the road, so we have to drive tractors up and down that road, use it for my farm. I got 80 acres at the end of it as my farm. And it's been good for us because we have the ability to not disturb people. I worry about the development. I worry about when I start to wean calves, all the balling that goes on. You know, I've been there for years and years and years. Are there going to be complaints about that? Our way of life, our neighborhood. My neighbors now don't complain about my farm at all. But is it going to change the way my farm's run? So that is my concerns. It's not only about the people living in the community, it's also about the quality of life of the people living on the road. So if you change that quality, is that okay? So that's some of my concerns. And the traffic, getting on Hickory Grove Road, are all concerns I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. The next one on the list is Brent Cowan.
Good evening. My name is Brent Cowan. As Tiffany said, I work with the Isaacs Group. We have provided the engineering and land planning services for this project since 2010 in the initial phase. I only signed up in case there were some technical questions that the board members had so that I could answer them. I have nothing really more to add to the staff presentation. I thought we did a good job.
Next on the list is Brianna Hodge. If I mispronounce it, please let me know.
Good evening, my name is Brianna Hodge, and I live at 3047 Lee Road, Gaston, North Carolina. As others have said tonight, as a resident of Lee Road, I oppose the building of this neighborhood and development. When my husband and I moved to Lee Road in 2013, we did so because it was a family road that was in the county, where we could house our 14 hunting beagles and numerous chickens. Over the years, we've got to know our neighbors, and we depend on them and trust them, like Miss Juanita in the back, and her mother, who can always be found out in the yard, or Miss Anderson with her husband and 2 kids and 2 German shepherds, to the Linebergers who live down at the end of the street with all of their cows and livestock. If I happen to leave my garage door open, I can call my neighbors to confirm, and even have had them go in and close it for me. Last week when we had a power outage, I was able to message them. I was able to message Jennifer, who works from home, to see when it was restored. If anyone's dogs ever get loose, you know which house they belong to, and you gladly walk them back. If anyone comes down our road, you know who they are. Maybe not always by name, but you know their car, and you know to which house they belong. Ms. Peggle has helped us out a few times with questionable people on our property. So we look out for one another. And we've already, and this is really important, especially with my 1-year-old son, I've already had conversations with the Lineburgers, knowing that one day he's going to make our way down to their farm and probably cause mischief. My husband and I have lived in Gaston County our entire lives, and this new development threatens that for our family. We won't know those people coming down our road, and the sheer number of them will be outstanding. It is certainly worrisome the amount of traffic that will be on our road, not only after completion of the development, but during construction. Not to mention that it's really not a standard size road with curbsides or sidewalks. And if eminent domain was ever imposed to widen those roads, that would mean our land, and which little bit of land we have in this world. If this project does go through, could I suggest an ingress or an egress through Addington Woods, since those are Belmont maintained roads and not a state road? Because yes, there is a hammerhead turnaround because the property at the end of the road is owned by a single family. There's no need for one. I also find it interesting that the sign for this development is in that final curve, where no one would see it besides that family. Without word of mouth, which you see has obviously worked, we wouldn't be here tonight, we would be caught blindsided. I understand the importance of roads, I do, but that small town feel that Belmont used to have is what we have and that we want to hold on to. We thought we had found our forever home in the county that we grew up in, but this seriously makes us consider otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you. The next on the list is Juanita Leatherwood.
Not as a good speaker as my neighbors are, but I am concerned about the traffic that will be coming in. And 18 feet width is very small, regardless of what has been said here. We do live on a road that has major curves in it. I live at one of the first major curves. We do have traffic. It's hard to get up. And if we get into Hickman Road Road every morning going to work, there will be a lot more traffic coming in. That road has only been paved one time since I've been there. It was a dirt road before. It's going to be in constant disarray for just basic asphalt road. It's wore out. Just in a few years we have the asphalt. But again, the traffic that's going to be coming in, the road is not going to be adaptable to that much traffic, not with 18 feet. That's unrealistic to me. But and again, Juanita Leatherwood, 3026 Lee Road. I'm sorry, I did say that before. Thank you.
Thank you, Juanita. Next person on the list is Terry Williams.
Good evening. I thought I was signing an attendance sheet, so maybe not this, but nevertheless, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to express concern. My name is Terry Williams, I'm main concern is the booster pump, the promise of the booster pump that has not appeared over close to 10 years asking for it. So on that basis alone, I would oppose this.
Thank you, Terry. John Williams?
I'll just vote for him.
You got that in the notes, right?
Present.
So that concludes our public comment. We certainly appreciate.
Mr. Dixon, I believe some came in via email.
I'm sorry. What we did is we had people in person and people that could not make it, we're going to email to the city by 5 p.m. today, and so. But I do want to thank the people that came to talk. I know it's not easy getting up in front of a room full of people, strangers, and talking. We appreciate your comments.
Yes, Sam, I'd like to echo that. I think everybody's done a really great job. It's great to see public engagement, and also to see respect in the room for everyone who's speaking regardless of side on this case. So thank you so much. With that, I'd like to share and read into the record additional emails that were received before 5 p.m. today. This one is from Sean Baxter, Abington Woods resident. I would like to request that the city enforces the current Belmont zoning laws instead of allowing the Dixon Village developer to be exempt from these laws. When the plans for this development were originally submitted over 10 years ago, zoning laws were much different. These updated laws now reflect what the citizens of Belmont desire. Therefore, the plans for this development also need to now be updated. Belmont residents no longer want an abundance of houses crammed on just a few acres. This project, if approved, would put 28 houses on just over 7 acres with, on average, 0.13 acre lots. This is not what the people of Belmont want for their city. If the city of Belmont unfortunately approves the number of houses, I would like to ask that a 30-foot wooded buffer be left between the new development and the property lines of the Abington Woods homeowners. Otherwise, please require the developer to install a privacy fence along the properties that border Abington Woods. The residents of Abington Woods chose their homes because of the wooded lots, and it would drastically change the aesthetics of the entire neighborhood. In summary, I appreciate the developer building homes at affordable prices, but with such small lots, I see it reflecting poorly on what a new development neighborhood should look like in 2021. This comment is from, and I am going to apologize if I'm saying anyone's name incorrectly, but from Pauline York, and she is a she's a Pebble Creek resident. Hello. The idea of where these houses are to be built concerns me because of the area. Will access to the new homes only be on the road? I have heard rumors that a road will be built in the Pebble Creek neighborhood behind Food Lion. I am 100% against that. That neighborhood is a nice area, and if there was access to Dixon Village through Pebble Creek, then that would turn Pebble Creek into a freeway. I have lived in Pebble Creek forever, and I do not want to see that. You can bring this concern after the board meeting, since I will not be able to attend. Thank you. This comment is from Jean Robbins, Abington Woods resident. As a note, I believe this is also the HOA president. However, per the email, I cannot confirm whether or not she's speaking on behalf of the HOA, so I'm reading this to you for your information. Hello, I am Jean Robbins. I would like to request the City of Belmont enforce the current zoning ordinances with the Dixon Village project. It has been 10 years since the previous approval for the Dixon Village project. Much has changed in the area. I am sure the due diligence was completed and there was good reasons to change the zoning ordinances. Also, I would ask that there be no discrimination or bias because of this area's proximity to the downtown Belmont. I am also concerned about water pressure further degrading due to the new industrial development on Woodlawn down from Belmont County College, in addition to adding these new homes. I appreciate your time and consideration. This comment is from Adam Kinley, Abington Woods resident. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Kinley, and I live at 2311 Stratford Glen, Belmont, which is a property butting up to Dixon Village proposed development. I will not be able to attend the meeting, but I wanted to send my concerns below. Number one, tree buffer between Abington Woods and Dixon is extremely small in one area. We would like to request at least 30-foot buffer in all areas. These houses will be on top of each other if nothing is changed in a few spots. We feel smaller yard on those homes with perhaps a nice deck for substitution would be a good compromise. All homes in the nearby area adhere to current zoning laws. We do not agree with development being built and utilizing zoning laws from 2009. We feel the house per acre zoning requirement should stay the same as it currently is for this area. Lee Road is a small country road. This development would bring 50 more vehicles to the area and make it extremely difficult to get out onto Hickory Road. That road is already very busy and this will make it much worse. Water pressure is already low and we have not seen any physical plan on the booster pump that is supposed to be going in. We have heard that for years, but have not seen or heard a timeline for this, especially given that they want to break ground in 3 months. Property values are a concern, and these houses have no garages and no basements. 3 and 4 bedroom, but very small square footage. Where will storage be? We feel there will be storage buildings everywhere and possibly things being stored out in view. And the last comment is from Colby Cable. My name is Coleman Cable, and it's my understanding he's a Jackson County resident off of Lee Road. My name is Coleman Cable. I live at 3055 Lee Road. I am writing this evening about a meeting tonight. My comments are, the traffic alone will ruin a long-time quiet neighborhood. Traffic getting on Hickory Grove Road is a task at all times of the day, much less having to get out of our driveways. Please reconsider this rezoning. My recommendations would be to use another way in and out to protect our road, neighborhood, and the frustration we will all encounter. Thank you. That's all the public comment that I have to read.
Thank you, Tiffany. So that concludes our public comments. At this point, I'd like to open it up to members of the board to ask further questions of Tiffany or the developer or anyone else for clarification. And I'm going to start. I do have a question about the 2009 plan that was approved. So that was under SR zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so, go ahead.
I was going to say, so it was the planning board and city council's interpretation at the time of that plan that the proposed 28-lot subdivision was allowable within the SR zone based on some flexibility on a project-by-project basis at the time.
So the application that's in the packet was a application from SR to SRCD?
Correct.
So what's the difference in if they came in with SRCD? Why did we go to GR?
Sure, so staff recommended a change to a GRCD, just out of an opportunity to be as transparent as possible. The density is in fact proposed at greater than 3 dwelling units to the acre. Even though previous approvals recognized that there may be some flexibility on a project-by-project basis, that approach has not been utilized to my knowledge in a while. And so staff felt like since it was a new application, it made the most sense to designate a zoning that better represented what was being requested and also would match the adjacent property which is currently zoned GR.
But it's not that much difference in density, right? It went from 3 to 3 So I don't know where you draw the line. I don't know if it's an arbitrary staff decision that, because I think that what I hear people saying is that it's the rezoning thing that really bothers a lot of folks, and we're really not changing from what it was in 2009, right? I mean, with the flexibility. I'm just trying to understand why we went from SR
Right.
to GR.
So it's my understanding after reading the minutes that the zoning designation of SR was, originally the plan was to designate this as GR. And when it went before the planning board for their recommendation back in 2009, there was an understanding that in light of the recession that had recently occurred, if they approved a zoning by right that occurs with annexation and allowed that zoning to be by right on the map for zoning designation. Habitat lost its ownership ability and someone else bought that property from them. If it was assigned a GR at that time, it would be allowed up to 6 dwelling units to the acre. And so because conditional zoning wasn't sought at that time to lock in a specific site plan, it was done with a different approach. They preferred to utilize SR with that project-by-project flexibility. Fast forward 10 years, we're utilizing more and more conditional zoning, and so the staff's opinion, we were going to bring this before you again for schematic plan approval, that we utilize that process instead to lock in any flexibility that you may be interested in recommending for consideration through conditional zoning, so that it wasn't as open-ended and it didn't require a staff interpretation of that maximum flexibility.
But we could have brought it in at SR with 23 homes, right, and been within that 3 dwelling units per acre. Because I do understand in that area, and I know things are changing. We've got another one on the docket tonight that you get into where things change, but I'm trying to see both sides of the thing. And I do realize that there's a road that's stubbed out that eventually will relieve, Lee Road. And I don't know if that's a year or 10 years or if ever, right? We can't count on that. But does that go into Pebble Creek? Was that the person's concern, or it stubs out and then eventually runs, would that run back through Pebble Creek? Eventually.
Yeah, can you recall the parcel map?
Keep the parcel map open, you can see it. There's really another whole parcel
Yeah.
to connect Pebble.
Right.
Is that one easier, or should I get back to it?
Yes.
Pebble Creek is way over there with the purple, right? That's Pebble Creek.
Yes, where the GR is currently located next to the GR. Below that, you'll see the Pebble Creek subdivision. It's my understanding that there was previously plans for a phase 3 that never realized, and since the property has changed hands to Catholic Diocese. And so that property is, there's been no plans submitted in our office for the development of that property, but with all properties in Belmont, that's just a day. We just don't know what will happen in terms of when that project will ever be developed. If it will be developed, typically would take for property value with the diocese. So if that does get developed, because of our requirements for connectivity with road infrastructure, we would anticipate that development would connect to the proposed stub-out in this plan as well as Pebble Creek subdivision. But there have not been any recommendations to create any road infrastructure network without an application for development consideration for that person.
You see where we're talking about where it runs by the purple pieces and dead ends there to the pink? That's Pebble Creek. And the pink is owned by the diocese.
Right.
Always been owned by the diocese?
No.
Recent?
It's been a while. When did they buy that?
And is that the only parcel that's continuous with the city? Or is the southern property also city property?
I think it was a city property and Pebble Creek is city property. The pink, the orange on that map is, and everything that's shown in that light green color is county property.
Pebble Creek is part of Belmont.
So let me see if I can bring it up on this. There we go. So in the tan area is Belmont municipality limits.
Yeah.
I think the guys who own Pebble Creek used to own that.
Yeah.
Sold it to the diocese.
So Lee Road in the county, that's well and septic tank, basically. Okay.
If I could ask,
Chairman, correction, Abington Wood is Gaston County. It is neither in our zoning or in city limits.
Is it within our utility district?
Yes.
Yes.
You do provide the utilities. Water
you get water from the city, correct?
and
They're on
sewer.
city water and sewer.
Okay.
They don't pay property taxes, so they pay double.
Water and
Right.
sewer. They-
Yes.
Interesting.
Understood. If I could get back to what the chairman was asking about the plan, other than the rezoning request, what are the differences between the plan from 2009, I believe, and this plan today? What are they asking for that's different from then, besides the rezoning? I mean,
As staff has reviewed it, I didn't review it like we considered a new application, but I did look at the general densities in 2010. At that time, it does look like the trail was provided on the site plan, it does look like sidewalk infrastructure was provided, and it does look like, from my recollection, I'd like to defer a grant to Mrs. T. Rugo, sets of plans to provide comment on the technical side. But I do believe some relief was granted on the sidewalk and street trees adjacent to the trees in the area at that time as well.
okay, but getting to the relief that you're asking for tonight with the setback reduction for the front, was that part of the original request in 2009? Yes. It was? Okay. Yes. And my apologies, the other request that they were asking for, I'm sorry?
Driveway.
The driveway, that was the same back then as well?
It was the same back then, so the two changes were that the front setbacks in 2010 were different. I believe in our ordinances by right, and then the driveway standards increased, the depth increased to 30 feet.
Yeah.
When we realized that vehicles had started parking where the previous was, I believe it was 20 feet previously. And the vehicles were just shyly hanging over the sidewalk.
In the sidewalk, yeah.
And so when they were garages, the change was made to require at least 30 foot between the front facade of the garage and the site. And so with that, since this one doesn't have a garage, it will be adjacent. It's similar but different subject.
But in general, the application is generally the same as it was in 2009, with the exception of the rezoning. Is that what we're saying?
In general, yes. And
Okay.
in specific, in terms of things that have changed, I would like to further right now.
Okay. Brent, what are you asking for tonight versus what you had in 2009?
So the plan is really essentially the same.
Okay.
There are a few differences,
Okay.
and I would say the differences are actually, to the betterment.
But what are they?
They are the park. We've added a park. That was not added in the first one. That's in the interior area. We have added the mailbox kiosk, which in 2010, the post office did not require one, game mailbox. The number of the lots are the same, the road layout's the same, that walking trail is the same. The stormwater management pond, we will be changing from, we originally designed it to be a wet pond. It would always hold water, but we're not going to be doing that. It will be a dry pond. It will be a sand filter, so it will only have water when it rains.
Okay.
And the one last change is common open space 1 that has a big tree shade area behind lots 1, 2, and 3 that's between us and Addington Woods. On the old plans, that was called out as a community garden.
Okay.
At our first community meeting, we heard lots of concerns about keeping tree shade, not having a garden there, maintaining that as a buffer between us and them. So we changed that to eliminate the community garden and keep the tree shade.
Okay.
Those are the only differences.
But the setback was still the same back then as it is today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the driveway pad?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I got a follow-up question. So you mentioned that the change in 09 to 20 plan on the garden was based on community meetings within the past 3 months?
It was the first meeting on December 28th.
So have there been any other changes since the community was involved in those 2 meetings that have been made to today's plan?
No, just
Just the community garden?
Tiffany, can you bring back up the relief options, and can you just clarify which ones would be still relief or no longer relief if it was a SR versus a GR? Just so we can kind of finalize that.
So in transitioning from SR to GR, if they were going to develop this site by right, they would need to fully comply with today's current ordinances, which would require the utilization of a street inventory, and then further analysis to identify locations and percentages of tree safe area on the site. So that area, I believe, would still be needed, even if they wanted to retain the SR zoning designation.
And for the record, that tree inventory was just approved within the past 6 months.
Yes.
But it's the same relief whether it's SR or.
Yeah, I guess
GR,
that's
right?
my
There's no
point.
difference
I just
in
want to clarify whether, if it stays SR or it goes to GR, are there any relief items that are no longer required under the GR, or are there additional relief that they would need if it was SR?
Okay, so if it was SR, they would need to come before you seeking relief of going above the proposed density for that zoning designation.
Okay, so that's an-
why staff is just showing.
All right, so I just want to clarify that is an additional consideration in the rezoning.
Okay.
That would be if it was kept at SR.
Okay.
Correct.
But I guess that's a city interpretation that you don't want to go, you don't want to deal with the density issue in a conditional district. I mean, they could have rezoned and gone from, it just bothers me going from SR to GR when you could have gone from SR conditional district and asked for a little bit of relief on the number of houses there. And so when I look at the board and it says, well, 6 is allowed, so there's no relief. Well, 6 is allowed, but technically it was just 3 as it is today by right.
Right, and if we could have it to be an SRCD, but it was already the same, because once the zoning designation, if it is approved, the site plan as presented tonight would lock in the densities as proposed. So if they wanted to come back, even though they would be GRC and say they wanted to do 30 lots, they would have to come before you for reconsideration and approval of those plans.
I guess that's what the board's got to decide. I think I'm okay with everything. I worry about the density more than anything else in that small area.
Yeah, because that seems to be the concern as well with the neighboring residents. So I want to make sure that's not being hidden in a sense
But
by
again,
going to GR.
the rezoning is being done to allow for the increase in density, is that what I'm hearing?
I'm just saying, I don't think that's very clear in the report.
This is not for me right now, because
Right.
I don't understand why they couldn't just keep the approved plan from 2009 if it's no different, and just do the subdivision from the 2009 plan.
And they very well could, from the reasoning for coming before you tonight is just due to the timelines. So the previous schematic plan approvals have now expired.
Expired,
So
okay.
we're just seeking
Okay,
reapproval.
you've cleared it up for me now. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to take
Any
each
other
one?
questions?
Do you want to take
Dan,
each
you're
one
off
at a time?
quiet.
Traffic. I can't understand how Kenley Horn can say that there's not an issue here.
I agree.
Did they look at the plan and did they look at the road going to it? I mean, to me, to say, I've got this many homes, I have this many, that's just somebody giving you a number out of their head or a number out of their book. But an 18 to 19-foot road, I spent 28 years in Steel Creek in Mecklenburg County, watching it go from completely rural to the fastest growing part of the city in the last 10, 15 years. This is exactly what the problems that we faced out there, because I lived way at the very end of that part of the county and had to go through county roads. The county is not going to keep up with the roads. They're, I can't vote for this just on the basis of the traffic issues. And somebody's got to tell me from some traffic consultant that Lee Road is adequate for this. That it's
So,
built
I mean-
adequate, that it's wide enough, and that these two great big corners, we're gonna put a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit there? I just can't, I can't back this up.
What is the posted speed limit if somebody, there is none?
It's whatever the county-wide speed limit.
It's probably not posted.
45.
Yeah.
It's probably not posted.
That's otherwise posted, it's 35,
It's a
right?
state road. State road's 55, it's not.
They said Lee Road here is a right of way coming into the neighborhood 40 feet, but we're hearing it's 18.
Well, that's the width of
The
pavement.
road width,
The road
width is 18.
They just paved a gravel road.
And it-
The existing,
And it's not striped.
no,
It's not a road.
So just,
The difference just to clarify a previous statement I made, so I believe the two distances that we're comparing in terms of likeness would be 18 foot from edge of pavement to edge of pavement along Lee Road as it sits today, versus a 22-foot pavement edge to pavement edge within the proposed subdivision. So we're making 4-foot difference in terms of pavement width. Even though the proposed right of way is 50 foot.
Yeah.
That is not reflective of the pavement width.
Right.
so,
22 compared to 18.
Yes.
Well, I read,
And that's just
I
a
read
variation between
26
our
with that
ordinance and
curve.
DOT standards.
To back up the curve, right?
a curve 6 inches, right? So take a foot away, I see a 25-foot road, not 22.
We got the gutter.
Gutter's part of the road, people drive on all day long.
well, it's not part of the DOT.
It's
Just
not
so,
part
just
of
to,
the
Well,
DOT
there's
paved.
no gutter on this.
so just to clarify, Kimley Horn's not here at all, right? There's no representation?
Is not here, however, if there is some interest from the planning board for further information or analysis from planning board, I can reach out.
Well, I can comment on Dan's comment here regarding the trip generation. So basically, NCDOT has a minimum threshold for trips. This, along with many other subdivisions in the city, is below DOT's minimum threshold, which is approximately 300 homes. So that's how a lot of these projects seem to be kind of sneaking in with any analysis of the actual traffic, is because they're below that threshold.
Yep.
And then DOT will assign a classification to the road based on the number of trips in total. So there's a trip generation manual that Raleigh posts in terms of what the actual ordinance is. So when they have analyzed the site, they have analyzed the trips, and it falls below a limit where they have to look into mitigation options. So they would consider this a no issue, essentially. DOT would. So what Kimley Horn would do in this case is they would analyze it based on the DOT manual. So that's how we're kind of below the analysis. One comment I do have, though, is regarding the 18-foot existing road width. I know DOT's minimum standard for a local street is 22 feet with an 11-foot lane on each side. So I'm curious if Kimley Horn could comment on how an 18-foot was considered adequate by DOT.
That's my point.
Okay. So staff is happy to reach out and see if anyone can provide additional information. I reached out to NCDOT, but I'm happy to do further follow-up.
Yeah, unless it's just an existing condition, I don't see how that's adequate.
The whole road.
But see, I think I could support 3 dwelling units or less, because that's the way it's coded today, which would be 23 lots. Because they have that by right, now, right? I mean, the way that's where I have a hard time going to 28.
Well, the bigger concern is also being able to provide the subdivision with adequate water service. There's a mention that the booster
I'm
pump-
concerned about
and
that
that's
too, and
something
how
that
they
the
deal
Abington
with that.
subdivision has been waiting for an improvement in pressure apparently for years.
Yeah, do we have a
So-
report from the city engineer on that?
Yes, city engineer was authorized at the last city council meeting to move forward with hiring someone to design that infrastructure, at least in that process. He has noted to me that the estimated completion for it being installed is approximately 1 year, but once that firm is under contract, they should be able to hone in on the exact timeline.
Well, I would think that any kind of approval we would give here would have to be conditioned on the booster pump station being put in place, because you can't adequately service the neighborhood otherwise.
It's approved,
I-
right? It's approved
That is
regardless of
part of
this
the report.
neighborhood.
Correct, in fact, I believe that it was originally
Yes,
added
added
to the CIP for the
Added
city
in.
of Belmont,
Okay.
at the same time as this project was originally envisioned,
Okay.
to ensure that there would be adequate support for the
Okay.
animal.
Okay.
But there doesn't seem to be the overlap about getting the booster pump installed with the vertical construction. Right, you did indicate that there was a clarification that some could start?
Right, so they have not yet, because it would be coming during the construction plan phase, provided an exact construction schedule for us in terms of which lots they're looking to build out first in the development. But the thought would be from the city engineer that they would first and foremost extend that water line through the existing easement within Abington Wood that in that cul-de-sac, and provide the first hydrant right there at the tip where it intersects the road, and build off of that so that a first hydrant can serve at least a few lots once the roadway is extended to meet those lots to be able to start framing, things like that. But the intention would be that the infrastructure would go in first, which would allow the city increased timing to get the booster pump station further along before vertical construction, and then that we would collaborate with them to make sure that the adequate infrastructure would be in place prior to vertical construction happening. And on the planning side, we do have the ability through our processes to, once the foundations are poured, we require an authorization letter to be issued before vertical construction can occur. So if our infrastructure is not in place to allow for vertical construction, we do not have to issue the authorization letter at that time. We can put it on hold, noting that infrastructure needs to be provided prior to the vertical, and still allow them to move forward with grading the lot, roadways, water lines, sewer lines, subdivision.
I mean, I understand all that, but you're not getting people in homes. And I think that's what the client wants to do, right? So if they're not, if there's not gonna be an adequate overlap of the utility, infrastructure improvements, and vertical construction, and even move-in, I think that's something to really consider. I mean, it seems a bit, it sounds awkward for me to say this, it sounds premature for us to be looking at this today, even though it was, submitted back in 2009. It just seems like there's some ducks that still need to get in line before this can,
Has any analysis on the existing water system been done, like a hydrant flow test or anything?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the results of that?
To be honest.
Is that something?
That was done by Jerry Hatton, the city engineer.
Okay.
In conjunction with the fire
That's
chief.
probably how he decided he could give them a couple of houses.
Yeah, because
From the get-go.
just saying a booster pump, that's not necessarily a guaranteed design either. I mean,
No.
we don't.
Sure.
That could come back and say there's just not a feasible solution, so I'd be concerned about that as well.
I believe the analysis they did on flow, while they are looking at that, was primarily based on what water and what the pressure and flows are at the current infrastructure.
So would the booster pump be specific to this development, or would it be regional downstream owned by the city?
Right, it would be regional, so
Okay.
it would have impacts on water flow for the entire area.
But every house he,
Neighborhood needs it now.
yeah.
They
Right,
needed
which-
it
that's-
since 2009.
Yeah, which kind of makes me think that that's a positive towards the development to say that they're going to assist with that existing problem.
Well, this may have been the trigger to go ahead and get Abington what they need.
Right,
because
it's
every house he lets go in here,
They were
until
all,
the booster pump is done, the Abington subdivision will suffer from pressure and flow.
Agreed, yeah.
and they were all designed back then together. This was gonna be, and Abington was gonna be, and then they decided they had enough to do Abington, and that they always are gonna need that booster to do this, is my understanding from the past.
What is strange is why the booster pump wasn't done back then when they did the subdivision, when they had the demand from the plan.
Well, it was
cost.
2009, I'll remind you,
Yeah.
and things slowed down dramatically, if you remember.
I do.
From 2009 to
I
2012.
do.
So honestly, Abington
Painfully.
is still just finished today. I think houses were built last year.
Okay.
Am I right on that? I think so.
So-
So Abington took 10 years to be built out, what should have been 2. In original,
Yeah.
thought 2 or 3 years. It took a lot longer, so.
One more question, I guess. When we do the water system for this development here, would we be putting stub outs going towards Lee Road and going out this other stub out street to potentially allow the water system to be extended?
That is our understanding. I also believe that the proposed layout provided by the city engineer would be to have a loop around the subdivision.
Okay. That way the folks that live on Lee Road could potentially have city water if they ever wanted it. I doubt they will, but.
Sure they wouldn't want that.
Okay.
So I guess the question to us is whether we rezone from SR to GR or CD. That's before us, right? And it would be approving the plans as submitted if it's a conditional.
This is schematic plans as presented.
I want to say something else about just the design and my follow-up comment about the change within the past couple of months with community involvement, I think is something for us to consider. to acknowledge the adjacent community's desires on the garden versus tree save is commendable. But we've also heard tonight through other public comment that there are some other issues with the adjacent properties. And I think traffic is aside, we've sort of addressed that, but with the adjacency of Abington Woods, I think is something to consider. With lots 7 through 10 not having any tree save in the back. And, you know, it sounds like that's important to them. That's an established subdivision with wooded lots in their backyards, and that would be going away. So whether it's a fence is proposed by someone or additional tree save in the back, I would recommend and encourage the property owner to look at that strongly.
What we're voting on is what is here in front of us, right? So it's either up or down on.
Well, do we want to?
Or do we have to recommend a condition, either be striked or added to proposed conditions drafted by staff? You're more than welcome to do that.
Can we take the conditions one at a time? I'd honestly like to start with the GR versus SR, whether or not the density is even worth moving forward with.
All right, let's start there then.
All right, so
Can we just start with moving forward with that discussion?
well, if the density doesn't make sense, the conditions don't make sense. So I mean,
Well, the density doesn't make sense.
I would agree. So I mean,
I don't think it makes sense either.
so we want a motion to disapprove.
I would be willing to make that motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Motion to disapprove as presented.
Okay.
So that was made by
Matt.
Hart and second by Dan Hartley. Any further discussion? So the motion is to disapprove as presented,
And we're doing this based on the density not being over 3.
which
We're-
basically throws everything
It
out.
throws everything out, but
This is-
that was the driver,
This is
right?
we're not looking at any of the conditions. This
Well,
is,
but the applicant needs to know why you're disapproving.
well, I think
it,
we
so
can
he
have,
knows
we can have a
everything.
discussion
Correct,
after the motion is seconded. And I would think that they would have
Okay.
heard the comments already, but I don't mind discussing more.
I don't think we need to deliberate on conditions.
It is second. Discussion's over with. All in favor of the motion of disapproving, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
So note that Norman disagreed with the motion, so
I
the
think you need to
motion
talk about it a
to,
little bit more.
the motion to disapprove was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1, is that right? All right, so that, we're done, right, on that,
Perfect. If you guys have any further follow-up comments that you would like to have me pass along to the applicant, as they review, please feel free to email those to me, and I can share.
and I do appreciate everybody's conversation.
And I think that's prudent for us. When we disapprove things, I mean, it's a big deal. I mean, right? I mean, these people have been working on this for a long time, and any comments you can provide
I
outside.
mean, are you telling them to go back to 3? Density of 3?
Yeah, I think that's basically what we're
That's
saying.
where I
I
would
don't want
start,
to. I don't want to go through all the conditions just to hear that whole.
Oh,
the
understood.
crux of the
If
issue
the
is
density doesn't work, there's
Yeah.
no need to talk about the others,
Mhm.
but you need to tell them that if they go back and change their density to 3, then they can bring back a new plan.
Do you want to go through the other conditions? I mean, I'm happy to do that if we want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we just have a long night, we've got, you know,
different
so,
on the other conditions? I think not.
No,
Traffic is still just.
Traffic's
about
still an
21
issue,
versus 28.
water's still an issue.
So there are still some issues with the
you
other
know, and I
conditions.
think the buffer, I hear that from Abington Woods and the
Absolutely.
booster pump, or whatever the water
Yeah, I mean-
pressure, I think those are the biggies. Lee Road's Lee Road, right? We're not gonna change that, but by right, they could put 3 dwelling units per acre.
We just
And
want
to me, that's a win-win. I mean, if I'm the neighbors, I'm not crazy about that. If I'm the developer, I'm not crazy, I can't do that. But somewhere, we gotta come to common ground, so.
Right.
So the planning board's discussion is finished in this case, I just want to put on the record for the public that's here, is that, so the planning board is making recommendations to the city council for the approval as proposed. And, it would be
Absolutely. Bathroom break and the folks that, I have about 2 minutes after. Still sign-up sheets.
Yes.
I picked the one up for but Daniel Stowe, but there's still a sign-up sheet for the Smith property if anybody wants to sign that, wishes to speak. So the item number 2 is ZA2020.06 Daniel Stowe Botanical Garden entrance signage. And Shelley, you're going to present on behalf of the city?
Well, I'll start. Tiffany is the project planner on this. But this is I'll go ahead and start. This is for rezone parcels associated with Stowe Botanical Garden operations from its institutional campus development to retain that designation, but establish it as a conditional district in order to achieve relief associated with the new entrance sign.
Excuse me. In the back, I can't hear with Shelley presenting, folks talking, so please, go ahead, Shelley.
So the associated areas of relief in this conditional district is the sign size, the height of the area, sign quantity, and the distance between signs. And I won't read all of these parcel numbers into the record. There are multiple parcels that serve Daniel Stowe Botanical Garden. However, the sign is actually only located on one, which is 19710. However, a sign is an accessory use or structure to an operation, so we included all of the associated parcels. The applicant is Daniel Stowe Botanical Garden. The representative here tonight for the garden is Jim Hoffman. He's the interim executive director. So what you see before you is a aerial photograph with sort of an inset to show the entire boundary in red of the garden operations, and then the associated property in which the sign is proposed to be located. Of course, the garden operations is located just west of South Newville Road, just north of the McLean community. So the existing sign for the garden, it is non-conforming. It was in place during the time of annexation. It is 8 feet tall and 20 feet wide. There are 2 signs in place, one on both either side of the main entrance drive. The applicant has indicated that the signs are now dated in appearance, and they are investing a lot in a new landscaping plan and the garden in that area. And the signs are actually easily missed by guests. So I'm going to take a minute to talk about the environmental setting. The site is currently developed as a botanical garden that contains their beautiful garden itself, as well as a large portion of tree canopy. As I just mentioned, they are proposing landscaping improvements planned at the main entrance and around the entrance sign. Here is an elevation of the proposed sign. They're proposed to be just over 15 feet wide by 15.5 feet tall. Therefore, they are seeking relief in the maximum height, which the city's sign ordinance, the maximum height is 6 feet tall and 32 square feet in area. This is designed to allow for a changeable banner area to be incorporated so they can advertise their wonderful regional events. There is no proposed internal lighting. The lighting proposed associated with the sign is external and ground mounted. So, based on our ordinance, they are needing relief on a sign. The number of signs and the distance, the ordinance currently allows 1 sign At the entrance, they are proposing one on each side of the access road. They are proposing to have a 2-foot tall stone retaining wall at the base, and the distance between the signs are about 150 feet. So our minimum distance between signs is 200 feet, and again, they're proposing 150 feet distance. I'm gonna play tag and give it over to the project corner.
And thank you, Shelley. The staff analysis of this report is that existing zoning is currently identified as institutional campus development, or ICD. Adjacent uses and classifications for zoning around the property are both suburban residential and general residential conditional district. Mainly that's through McLean subdivisions. Nearby uses include single-family residential, neighborhood commercial, and some undeveloped land that is intended for future development by McLean entity. The monument sign requirements, there are several here in the list that they are seeking relief of. One is the maximum height for monument signage. Currently, our ordinance states that monument signs can be no taller than 6 feet in height. The proposed design is 15 foot 6 inches tall, which that measurement is measured by the height of the grade at street level. The maximum area currently allowable for a monument sign in city's ordinances is 32 square feet. The proposed signage is 188 square feet. So they are seeking relief for that height as well. Currently, we allow one monument sign per street frontage. The applicant is currently proposing 2, and they currently have 2 on each side of the main entrance. So we're asking for relief in that area today. And then the last item where relief is needed is the distance between the monument signs. So our ordinance currently says if there are 2 monument signs on a specific property, that those should be placed at minimum 200 feet apart from one another. The current design shows the signs distance from each other at 150 feet approximately. Well, this slide did not do what I intended, but we'll go. The neighboring community around this site, there are numerous ways to access it. So to the north of New Oak Road, as shown on this map, not true north, but as rotated on this view on the slide, there are 2 access points into the overlay community. Then what would be true south to this property, but showing up on the southern portion of this roadway on top of on the site, would be 2 additional driveways to Conservancy. Just beyond our vehicle, just beyond overlay, is another subdivision entrance that is located within the county into the Woodland Bay Residential Homeowners Association. And then there's another service delivery access located out of Laurel River Road that is not intended for public use. But the applicant has noted that due to the current signage's design, age, and wear, and low visibility on the site, that they have heard from people visiting that they're having to utilize turning around in these neighborhoods to access the Dale Stowe Botanical Garden. And so in order to minimize this, they're seeking relief. It is staff's analysis that not only do the number of roadway turnaround spots from the subdivisions lead to that condition, but mainly that's caused because of the lack of visibility of that sign based on the geometric design of South New Oak Road with the curvature that's shown here. The speed limits on that road and the that's supposed to say lane width, so I apologize for that type on the slide. But because of those things, as you're traveling along South New Oak Road, if you're not familiar with exactly where the garden is, it's easy to at first pass, just fly past in your vehicle and miss the turn and have to utilize these other networks. On the common the property. And for that reason, it's staff's opinion that the proposed signage, although it is larger in our height and area requirements and location, is consistent with the vision, and it helps to promote a destination that attracts people. It promotes recreational opportunities for not only the citizens and residents of Belmont, but for those visiting our community, and it protects the natural environment by securing that for a botanical garden. In that effort, it supports the comprehensive plan's land use goals in the areas of economy, parks and recreation, and environment. The applicant was required, based on the time the application was received, to hold one community meeting. This community meeting was intended to be held on January 13th via Zoom. Unfortunately, or fortunately, but there were no attendees logged on to this meeting. The applicant did record the Zoom call for 47 minutes before hanging up in case anybody was not able to attend right on time. But there has been no attendees at the neighborhood meeting, and the staff has not received any comment, question, or concern regarding the subject property or proposal. In summary, the request is to retain the ICE zone and establish a conditional district that will allow for the relief of the signage size, both the height and area, the sign quality, sign quantity, and minimum distance between the signs as installed. Other than the items noted above, the proposed signage complies with all other regulations for signage within the city of Belmont, and there's no other proposed changes to the site with the exception of increased and enhanced landscaping around the signage locations on the site. So there will be no other relief needed at this time. With that, I ask that you receive the staff report and any public comment that may be here tonight. Do not leave any public comments will receive via email for this agenda item. And then consider a recommendation to approve drafted approved modifications for this approved. And keeping in mind that we want to determine whether or not it's either reasonable or not, and then whether or not it's consistent with our reasonability.
Thank you, Tiffany. Any other board members have questions of Tiffany?
I have just a couple of comments, just to be sure that they're on record. So the max height requirement currently is 6 feet, and their current sign is 8 feet? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the signs were installed prior to their annexation to city's limits.
Okay, so then the next one is the max area per sign requirements is 32 square feet, and the current signs are 160 square feet?
That is correct.
Okay. The one sign per street frontage is currently a requirement, but they currently have 2?
Yes.
And what is the distance between the signs currently?
It is similar to as proposed.
Similar, okay. And distance from right-of-way is similar as proposed?
All on top of each other.
Okay.
If you look at the plan.
Thank you.
Okay, just for my own education, is there a reason why this couldn't be handled as a variance and it has to be a conditional district?
Right, there's no hardship on the property, so, we did go before city council and ask what is the preferred method for seeking relief in this area, and decided that conditional zoning would be the preferred option.
Okay.
And that's why we're here.
Yes, and to clarify, a monument sign is a two-sided sign,
It
correct?
can be,
But it's, in its design, most monument signs are two-sided. And therefore, you could have two-sided signs 200 feet apart.
you could,
You
the
could.
ordinance would only allow one per street
I
frontage.
understand, but here, each sign is a one-sided sign.
That's
I'd also comment that I saw the new sign, the Belmont sign for the projects posted. Kudos.
Very nice.
So if there's no more further questions, we'll come back to discussion before we vote, but There is one person signed up, and it's actually the applicant. I think, Jim Hoffman, would you like to speak at all, or
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't think you'll make any comments, but I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
anybody have any questions of Mr. Hoffman?
My other question was, the 15'6" includes that wall space and the sign?
That is correct. So that is the total height from the street grade.
There being no other questions or comments, I'd look for a motion to proceed one way or the other.
My comment is that this really sounds like a grandfather clause, and I sort of nix, you know, I understand the council's, you know, recommendation to bring it to this board, and I appreciate that for us to consider it, but I have no issues with what's being proposed.
I guess they can't replace it since it's grandfathered in. If they want to replace it, unless they go through this route, they've got to go back to what the code is, right?
Or they couldn't replace the same? They could repair.
Repair.
Repair,
Yeah,
yeah.
which could go all the way down to a rebuild, so.
Rebuild
It
it
would
to
stay the
15
same
feet.
size sign and I don't have a problem at all with this.
I don't have a
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, there's a 10-foot berm across the street, so I don't see how it impacts anybody.
When there were no comments, no public
Yeah.
comments at
Right.
all.
Nobody at the houses on the other side of the street
Right.
should still be able to see it from their backyard.
So hearing this, I'd look for a motion to approve.
Adopt the report as presented, I'll make that motion. Approve as drafted.
And I'll second.
There's a motion by Matt and a second by Nick to approve what's been presented to us this evening. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. So that's that part. Now we need to get into the, whether or not it applies with the, what's the other part of the land development code or the reasonable comprehensive land plan? Is there a motion to move forward with that it is reasonable and does comply with the?
So I'll make a motion that it is reasonable and complies with the,
Based on what they showed us here tonight on
Yeah.
presented.
Second.
Allison, second by Dan. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. That one stands approved. Thank you. Item number 3 this evening is the ZA2020.07 Smith Farm Community Request to establish General Residential Conditional Zoning District to accommodate a new 99-unit residential community on a 22-acre site. The community proposed to consist of 43 single-family homes and 56 townhomes, open space and tree-save area, and the realignment of portion of Bellwood Drive. Shelley DeHart is going to present on behalf of the city. Shelley?
Just, Shelley, before we proceed, I just wanted to add to the record, sorry. I do own property adjacent to the subject parcel, and I just wanted to let everyone know that I was part of the community meeting, and I've had an additional meeting with the applicant prior to this meeting. Just want to have that on the record.
And based on conversations I've seen with the city attorney, that's appropriate to do so.
Yeah, we've determined that's not a conflict under our rules. He has a duty to vote unless he has a direct financial interest in the outcome or if he's related to one of the parties. So we've had other occasions where council members own property adjacent to projects and they've been required to vote.
Thank you, Nick, for being transparent on that. Sorry about forgetting you. Shelley,
Thank you.
the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As read to the record, this is a request for a zoning map amendment, ZA 2020.07
establish it as a conditional district in order to accommodate a 99-unit residential community with townhomes, so it's a mix of townhomes and single-family detached street lots. The project includes required open space, tree protection area, future roadway dedication along the South Point frontage, as well as a proposed realignment of Bellwood Drive. Now, because this is a conditional district proposal, they are seeking relief in two areas, which I will go into detail. One is the building type mix, as well as the maximum block length. There are 4 parcels that make up this 22.84 acre site. For the record, I will read the parcel numbers. They are 187,898, 187,901, 187,899, and 187,900. The applicant is Mr. Thomas H. Smith, Jr., representing and others, all the property owners, it's family owned. And the development representative here tonight is James Martin. He's with Building Homes, LLC, or DRE Group. So I'm going to start out just talking about the proposed site. So you can see on the aerial photograph that's on page 52 of the staff report, as well as on the screen here tonight. The property is located on the east side of South Point Road, between Bellwood Drive and Stowe Road. It is directly across from the new Belmont Middle School site. Development in the area consists of, to the north and east, there is Amity Acres. That community was built, I would say mid-1950s and 60s. They consist of half-acre or greater sized lots, developed primarily with ranch-style homes. To the south, we have the Bellwood community. This community has half-acre to acre lots within it, as well as the Smith Cemetery, which is located in access off Bellwood Drive, again located to the south. Directly to the west, it is the property side is down on South Point Road, and of course Belmont Middle School in that area. One thing I need to mention, which I'll get into a little further, as you can see from the aerial photograph, the northern part of the property is disturbed. There's some good wooded area on the site. There's 4 parcels that make up the site, 2 of which are developed with single-family homes. Looking back at aerial photography, the northern portion of the site was actually operated as a farm. So a little bit more about the environmental setting for the development. Again, the northern section was used for farming and had at one time multiple structures on it. The topography varies greatly on the site at South Point Road. It's at an elevation about 726, and at the northeast corner of the property, it's about elevation of 640 feet. There is a perennial stream on the subject property. It's actually the head of the perennial stream, which runs in an eastern direction and eventually comes out at the river. There's a good mix of trees on the property, especially in the environmental sensitive area where the deeper slopes are. There's a large mix of maple, oaks, tulips, and cedar trees on the property. So, a little bit about zoning in the area. So, the existing zoning on the subject property, one thing I need to clarify is this property is located in the city's ETJ, which means it's technically still in the unincorporated area of Gaston County, but it is subject to the city's zoning regulations. So the zoning on the subject property is general residential. Adjacent zoning directly to the north, which is Amity Acres, Gate 2 is general residential. To the south, that is the Bellwood community. It also has general residential zoning on it. Bellwood is also within the city's ETJ area. Directly across the street, the Belmont Middle School site is general residential. However, what's not shown on the zoning map, it also has the South Point Peninsula overlay on that property, which that was placed on the school property back in 2016, early 2017, when the city was concerned about the development on the peninsula. We worked with the city council, we developed the overlay, we identified large properties that were undeveloped, and took rezoning action on those properties. The school site was 77 acres, that was one property. The odd pie-shaped lot, that is the future River Mist development. Although it has an improved development on it, it also has the overlay on it. And then we can think of other large parcels, the Henry's Chapel, the Southport property, and during that action, all the property owners were notified that we were placing a overlay zoning designation on their property, and they were given opportunity to interact with the city, which the Old Picture property owners did. And if you recall, we did not place the overlay on that 1,100 acres further to the west because we worked something out. We signed an MOU with them and let them develop a small area plan that was incorporated within the city's comprehensive land use plan update. Uses in the area, primarily, again, single-family residential. If you look further north, you have TND, that is the Belmont Town Center, that is mixed use with Harris Teeter as the anchor, and Laurel Walk, the townhome community, is also part of that. To a little bit north and to the west, get my bearings here, you have McKee Farms, and you notice it's still under development with South Point Village, which is a new commercial center. So right across the street, you also have another commercial center. We have institutional use up at South Point High School. So, the existing zoning is general residential, and the applicant is requesting to retain its existing zoning classification. However, again, proposed general, a conditional district to allow for some flexibility. So when we look at the standards, the general residential zoning classification allows 6 dwelling units to the acre. The applicant is proposing 4.3 dwelling units to the acre. The minimum lot width for single-family detached street lots is 55 feet. They are meeting that minimum lot width of 55 feet. The townhome lots, per the ordinance, could be 16 feet in width. They're proposing a minimum of 20 feet in width. Allowable building heights, you can have single-family detached street lots, you can have single-family detached alley lots, townhomes, or civic buildings. They are proposing, again, a mix of single-family detached street lots and townhomes. Now, with the allowable building type or building type ratio, within the general residential zone, a maximum of 30% of the total unit count proposed can be an alley type of lot. That would be a detached alley load or a townhome. The The project is proposing 57% of the units are proposed to be townhomes. So in that area, they are requesting relief. On-site parking, they meet the required minimum parking. It's one space per bedroom, maximum of 2. They have also designed a community to allow for on-street parking on one side of the street, as well as an area, extra spaces near the proposed mailbox kiosk. Setback requirements. Now, this project was started before the changes in the recent changes in the setback area, setback requirements. So the setbacks, they are required to have a 30-foot setback for the parking path, and the house frontage to be as close as 20. In the front, they're proposing a straight 30-foot front yard setback. On the side yard, they are proposing 20% of the lot width, and that was consistent with when they applied, consistent with the ordinance when they applied and started the development. They are asking to maintain that 20% of lot width. The rear yard, 30 feet in width, they are meeting that requirement. With regard to setbacks, for townhomes, those setbacks have not changed at all, and they are in compliance with that. So looking at just general performance standards, including building height, you could go as high as a 3-story townhome, which originally they proposed some 3-story townhomes, and as we worked with the project, we landed on some architecture that we think is better suited for this area, which is a 2-story product. And then they can have up to 2.5 stories for single-family detached. They're proposing 2 stories. So with regard to performance standards, they do comply with all the ordinances except for the building type ratio. They are proposing to exceed that building type ratio as it relates to townhome type of product. So here's the site plan. You have a full-size site plan that's been provided in the packet. I just want to talk a little bit about this. So in working with the developer on this layout, we did like the townhome orientation, which faces, it's on the sort of the interior of the development and faces South Point Road, directly across from the middle school. It's proposed with 2 access points. One is, and again, we worked with the developer and NCDOT on this, the primary access point, it would be at the southern location. It would be at the new signal for the Belmont Middle School. We worked with the developer requesting them to build the realignment of Bellwood, which was identified, and I'll get into this in more detail, identified in the TIA that was done for the Belmont Middle School, however, was not built by NCDOT. It was identified as a needed improvement. So we did collaborate with NCDOT and the developer on trying to get that accomplished. All the roads within the community are 50-foot right-of-way. They meet standards where they will have curb gutter sidewalks, street trees, 5-foot sidewalks, interior and exterior of the development. The single-family lots are proposed to border the exterior of the development. You'll see the large open space, which has their identified tree-safe area located within it. So with regard to just our basic requirements of open space required 4 acres, they've actually exceeded the open space requirement. Tree safe, we did get them to comply with or utilize and comply with the new tree ordinance, although it came on later after their application. So they did survey all the trees, they did do the calculations, they were required to 176,000 plus square feet of tree save. They actually will exceed that. Now, although the area looks somewhat smaller, that is because within that area, they are saving protected trees, significant trees, and heritage trees, which those trees, as you recall, they have multipliers. So the more significant trees that you save, it's a 1 to 1.5 ratio. For heritage tree, it's a 2 for 1, and so forth. So that is how the calculations were reached. The tree state area, again, is located within a large open space area, which is primarily the more environmentally sensitive area of the site. We did get a letter from Data Resource Group verifying compliance with the new ordinance as well as part of its review. So with regard to transportation, so when this project came in, we routed it through our consultants and verified that it was just below the threshold requiring a TIA. Now, we are all very well aware of transportation issues on South Point Road. So we looked at and considered having them do what's called a technical memorandum, but we had something better. We had the traffic study that was just done in 2018 for Belmont Middle School. It was accounts associated with that TIA for Belmont Middle School were taken during pre-pandemic time. It studied the same intersections located directly across the street and would consider the same developments that had been approved by the city that would have been considered within a technical memorandum. So we utilized the TIA. We worked with NCDOT and our transportation consultants to discuss improvements. It was determined that a left turn lane on South Point Road to allow entrance into that community would be needed with storage. And we talked to the developer about building the needed realignment of Bellwood to help the community to the south. And I'll show you a map in a minute to identify what was going on. So the realignment of Bellwood requires a 60-foot right-of-way because Bellwood Drive in the development to the south is an NCDOT maintained road. And it is a 60-foot right-of-way, so NCDOT requested that the realignment maintain that 60-foot right-of-way. And the proposal was to construct the realignment to bring that community's road out to the signal and be built all the way off-site into their community. NCDOT said besides maintaining this new extension, they would be responsible for closing off the current access road on South Point Road, which you'll see the map here in a minute. So the map on the left is the comprehensive land use plan. You know, it was asked about, well, why was the access point to the school, the road, put in that location that sort of drove the need for Bellwood to be realigned. So I went back and looked at, this is out of our comp plan. There was always planned to be a east-west connector that would connect South Point Road up to the future Belmont Mount Holly connector through the school site. So when the school development was proposed, we asked them to do a dedication of the future 60-foot right-of-way and follow the alignment that was provided in our development, or excuse me, our comp plan. the map on the right really shows you all the difficulty in that area. So you can imagine the traffic on South Point Road. You have homes that have driveways that directly connect to South Point Road. Then you have street intersections such as Boeing. You have a future access point of River Mist, and then Bellwood Drive, and then Leaper Street on the left. So we have heard from communities in that area repeatedly that they have trouble getting out of their driveway during peak hours. So this will continue to be a problem until the roadway is widened, but this project, as proposed, includes the realignment of Bellwood Drive, which will at least help the community directly to the south and take away one additional intersection in that area. So the realignment itself, we worked with NCDOT on multiple designs of this, and they asked that it be a T intersection, that it be 60 foot wide. They did say that they would close again the existing access point of Bellwood Drive. There are two homes located adjacent to their existing access point, so that would be cut off where they would have to turn right and come out this realignment. Let's see, the 60-foot right-of-way on the subject property would include infrastructures, it says amenities, should be infrastructure that's typically required in our city of curb, gutter, sidewalk, street trees within the project site. So they've asked for relief in the area building type mix, and their second area requested is specific to block length. The city's ordinance says that maximum block length should be no longer than 660 linear feet. That would put another intersection out at South Point Road, which NCDOT did not support. We have a 99-unit proposed development with two access points. The one to the south is even proposed to come out at a signal. NCDOT did not want another conflict point on South Point Road. They wanted more access management. So that is why they're requesting relief to not have another intersection at that point. So it's really the west side of the proposed inner street where the townhomes are, coming all the way out to South Point Road. Architecture. So through the discussions on the conditional district, we asked for architectural commitments, which are offered here, which includes cementitious siding on both the townhomes and the single-family homes with accents of brick or stone or other material. Vinyl would only be used as trim under soffits and so forth. And you have in your packet more details on that. Okay, so here comes the real difficult part of this project. So with every zoning map amendment, we're required to make, the boards are required to make findings that it's a reasonable request and it's consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan. So the subject property is located in a semi-rural neighborhood of the future land use. So it's envisioned as single-family detached, maximum more suburban in design, and 3 dwelling units to the acre. So it's very difficult on this project because the zoning, the existing zoning on the property is general residential, which is more of a medium density development designation, allowing up to 6 dwelling units to the acre. So is it consistent with the vision? No. With regard to density use, yes, it's
imagined for single-family residential use. So there is a disconnect between the existing zoning on the property and the future land use plan. Again, the only reason we're looking at the comprehensive land use plan is because they're proposing to establish a conditional zoning district, which amends the map, which triggers the requirement for consistency. So that's why we're here. So I was asked about this, why the disconnect, so I looked into it, and this is what I found. So the property was brought into the city's ETJ back in about, I believe we found it was like 1972. Yeah. So it was part of a larger ETJ action by the city back in 1972. The zoning on the property, I don't know if the prior zoning was under the county, I can't recall off the top of my head, but the zoning classification on that property is general residential. When that was established, my understanding is the city adopted its code in early 90s, so 95. So it may have had a different designation prior to that, but in 1995, that's when the city established its general residential district, and that was placed on this property. So we know for sure it's had the zoning classification on it since 1995. The city did its first long-range comprehensive land use plan. I'm not sure when it started, but it was adopted in 2007. The subject property back at the time of 2007 was envisioned to be part of a village center, which the intent of a village center is to, they want you to have like a 10-minute walk to the center core, which would be where the commercial is. There'd be a commercial core. They imagine a mix of housing types and densities, so you would imagine higher densities in that area. And they get less intense, so you would have your real high density near the center city core, and as it moves out to the perimeter, I'll say the fringe of the village center, the intensity or the density would lessen. And it was envisioned that at the fringe it would maybe be 4+ dwelling units to the acre, but exterior of that, it would be 3 dwelling units to the acre, or whatever the land use designation identified. So in 2007, the zoning was consistent with the comprehensive land use plan. So again, we started looking, well, what changed? So if you could look at the old map, there was about 6 village centers identified for the city back then. We had a lot of growth pressures between, the downturn of the economy, and when the economy started coming back, we had a lot more development coming at us. Well, with the update of the comp plan, we changed the number of village centers. We shifted the village center that used to encompass this property to the north, and it looks like we reduced its boundary. And looking at it, it appears that it was the result of all the action taken in 2016, 2017, when we established the South Point Peninsula overlay. Again, that was an overlay placed on large properties that were vacant, zone GR, in a way to cap its density to 3 dwelling units to the acre. Belmont Middle School property, 77 acres, was a subject of property that was included. This site was not included in any rezone action placing that overlay on it. So here's, again, the current village centers in the land use map. You can see we went from 6 village centers. There's actually one more to the south that you can't see. That's McLean Commercial Center, down to 4. we shifted, you can see the one to further north, we shifted it further north and took both the Belmont Middle School and the subject site out of the village center, and we changed the land use designations all to semi-rural. So that was just done all the way down the peninsula. So all the medium density, future land use, the village centers, they were modified, and basically the vision changed for the peninsula. All based on actions taken by the city. So what that's done is that has left us with a property zone that is inconsistent with the future land use vision for that area. So, staff is really, now I'm going. So staff has really studied this one. You know, we have a lot of heartburn on this one because we recognize the property's zoning classification. We recognize the future land use plan. But looking at this property as it relates to the actual village center, it is only 2 residential properties removed from the edge of the village center. The new one, again, it used to be in it, and it's literally about 400 linear feet. It is within a 3 to 5 minute walk to 2 commercial centers, Belmont Town Center and the South Point Village. It is designed with access points that come out to a signalized collector road. It's in walking distance to the future Belmont Middle School as well as the existing South Point High School. The development includes off-site roadway improvements that benefit the neighboring community as well. So, you know, it's really staff's opinion that this site has more connection to more of the urban area just to the north in the village center. You know, I think with the change of the Belmont Middle School across the street, it really changes the dynamic of that area. But is it consistent with the maximum density for its future land use designation? That is an absolute no, it doesn't. Now, in consistency, we always look at consistency with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan, which I have in front of you. And if you would take a look at it, you know, I would say that the proposed project is consistent with a lot of the goals of the comprehensive plan. Again, I recognize it's not with the maximum density, but with regard to goals of land use, to ensure a balanced approach to land use, to encourage a healthy tax base and a mix of uses that will promote choice in housing, shopping, mobility, services, and recreation. Mobility, to provide choice in how citizens and visitors move around Belmont. Well, this one has all the amenities of curb, gutter, sidewalk. It actually includes future roadway dedication along South Point Road to be able to fit a 4-lane road in the future there, so they're dedicating 55 foot from center line on their side. Community character, now this is the one I think could be debated in, says to protect and enhance the character of Belmont by building on our heritage, protecting historic resources, embracing surrounding rivers and lakes, improving community appearance, and promoting social and economic diversity. Now, I think it could be argued both ways. Park and recreation, to ensure a range of park and recreation opportunities for all citizens. This project does include recreation within the development with trails, potential, I believe they're going to have a playground in there as well. Infrastructure, to ensure high quality, efficient, and effective infrastructure throughout Belmont. They are meeting all our requirements for infrastructure with regard to roads, even including a needed infrastructure, a roadway realignment. They will have to be annexed into the City of Belmont to access city water. And it's proposed, Jerry Hattner, engineer, wants the community serviced by low-pressure sewer system. That way the city will not have a burden of another pump station. So that is proposed as part of this project. Environment, to protect the natural environment of Belmont is a critical public asset. They are, their open space includes the tree save area, the most environmentally sensitive area of the site. Intergovernmental relations, department of surrounding jurisdictions, state agencies, utilities, and other local entities to promote the interests of Belmont citizens, to ensure the ongoing success of quality of life within the greater Charlotte metropolitan region. Again, the development team, the applicant has worked with us, with our transportation consultant and NCDOT as an outside agency, and trying to ensure that we could get some improvements that would benefit this area and the community. So with that, I do want to share that I believe it's attachment D of your report has the neighborhood meeting information. It was held on January 7th. It was a Zoom meeting. It was very well attended. If you read the minutes, very well attended. They had questions. Residents had questions about the Bellwood Drive realignments, the project's location, stormwater drainage, tree save, traffic on South Point Road. There was actually a second follow-up meeting with individual property owners to the north, in which discussions regarding a buffer and fencing and the information we got back from the developer was proposing a privacy fence, a wood fence along those property lines, as well as some 10-foot, within a 10-foot landscaped area, that they've got some trees, and they're still identifying that type of trees that would be placed in that area. And they also indicated that they're still looking at drainage. There's some drainage issues there, and they're trying to do some drainage improvements that will help the adjacent property owners as well. So in summary, this project is proposed to retain its existing general residential zoning classification, but establish a conditional district for relief in the area of maximum block length, which NCDOT supports, and building type ratio. They have indicated that their housing mix is needed for the project. Attachment B in your report is a developer statement trying to justify stating reasons why 99 units are necessary, which plays into the building type ratio. It complies with all the other regulations except the two areas of relief. Includes a realignment of Bellwood Drive, features right-of-way dedication, not just reservation, but dedication to NCDOT. Architectural commitments with regard to material and style, and proposed buffers to better help blend with the adjacent property owners. So that completes my presentation. We ask that you receive the report, public comment. Consider everything said here tonight, and of course this board, you can approve. There are conditions that are outlined in the report. You can approve as drafted, approve with modifications, or recommend disapproval for this project. So that's it.
Thank you, Shelley.
It's long.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, yes.
And I know the board may have a lot of questions of Shelley, but I think what I'd like to do now, if it's okay with the board, is to ask the applicant to, and that way we have, and so I think Mr. Martin here and Tommy Smith So both of you have as much time to speak as reasonably feasible. So if you would want to come, Tommy, if you want to come up and address us and give your presentation, and then if, James, you want to speak as well, and then we have someone from the public that's also signed up to speak.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning and Zoning Board. My name is Tommy Smith. I'm one of the heirs and owners of the 22.73 acre Smith property located on South Point Road. The property is here before you tonight to review the request for zoning petition approved by the property owners and brought forth by Fielding Homes DRB Group. I've got 4 pages of what I feel like is good and useful information to cover. So buckle up and hang on. The first part of my talk, I feel like it's important to give you a little bit of history about the Smith clan and their contributions to the area before we get into the real meat of the case. It's important to understand that tonight's zoning petition is about more than just the number of homes per acre. It's also very much about understanding that a city is not just structures, rather a city is people. And in any decision-making process, people who have contributed to the livelihood of a community for centuries should be given some consideration and appreciation. This property has been in the Smith family for 200 plus years. I say 200 plus years because my Smith family genealogy knowledge goes back only to my great-great-grandfather, John Smith, who was born in 1816, and I do not know who his parents were, but clearly they were people who lived in the 1700s. To the best of my knowledge, my great-great-grandfather, my great-grandfather, and my grandfather were all farmers and blacksmiths. We have a photograph of my great-grandfather working at the blacksmith shop near the railroad crossing in downtown Belmont in the late 1800s. Now, one example of the Smith family's contribution to the Belmont community is the old cemetery located on Bellwood Road, Bellwood Drive. It was established before the Revolutionary War on land donated by Matthew Leeper. It was named the Smith Cemetery because of the number of Smiths that lived in the area. To get to the cemetery, you used to have to go down an old wagon road through the Smith property. In the mid-1930s, my grandfather and the adjoining property owner, Royal Hand, each donated 15 feet of land for a 30-foot wide road from South Point Road to the cemetery location. The road was built by the county, and it was supposed to have been a private road to the cemetery, but it was put on the county road map without notifying either property owner, so it became a public road, and that is now Bellwood Drive. So without this donation of land for a road and the ensuing mix-up, the Bellwood neighborhood as we know it today would not exist. My grandfather built the farmhouse at 1013 South Point Road in 1910, and that's where my father and his 2 brothers were born and grew up. All 3 were members of the greatest generation. My Uncle Willis graduated from UNC Law School and then joined the Washington staff of a North Carolina congressman. When America entered World War II, he was a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy on the escort carrier USS Tulagi, which operated in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans against submarines, operated in the Mediterranean Sea and supported the Allied landings in southern France, and also took part in the invasions of the Philippines, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. After re-entering civilian life, he was a private practice attorney, including being the attorney for the town of Belmont for many decades. He was a strong supporter of Belmont's American Legion Post 144 baseball team. Uncle Kenneth was in the FBI during the early years of World War II. Even though his job exempted him from military service, he felt a need to serve his country and entered the U.S. Army. He was a corporal in the 10th Armored Division of General Patton's 3rd Army. He was in the drive for the Rhine and was killed in action in Luxembourg 2 months before the end of the war. in Europe. My father, Thomas, was a corporal in the 8th U.S. Army Air Corps, 466 Bomb Group stationed in England. He was primarily a member of the ground crews that serviced B-24 Liberator heavy bombers that flew missions against strategic German military targets, and he also flew on some missions as a tail gunner. After World War II ended, he attended and graduated from NC State University and was an engineer with Exxon for 30-plus years, living most of his working years in Charlotte. So living in Charlotte allowed my sister, now deceased, my brother, now deceased, and I to spend considerable time over many years at the farmhouse visiting our grandparents and Uncle Willis. It was a wonderful place to explore the woodlands and the various farm buildings. Dad and Mom built a brick house, 1019 South Point Road, next to the farmhouse in 1988. As the years went by and family members passed away, the land was passed down to the current group of family members and heirs. The property has always been well maintained by each generation and has been an asset to the community. It was a hard decision to sell the family land, but when the 78 acres across the road were sold for the new middle school, that was the handwriting on the wall. Our selling the property is dependent upon the zoning petition being approved. Our land is not within the Belmont city limits, but it is within the Belmont ETJ. No family member ever had a say-so in the decision for our land to be part of the Belmont ETJ. The zoning designation placed on our property is general residential, which allows up to 6 units per acre. In our case, that would allow 136 homes to be built on the land. It's also my understanding that the South Point Overlay District does not apply to the land. For many years, our land was considered part of a village center per the Belmont Land Use Plan. Being part of a village center, which typically allows a higher density for land that is within walking distance of a retail center, was very consistent with the underlying zoning of general residential. I understand that the land use plan was altered in 2018. As part of this revised land use plan, our land was removed from being within the village center. The removal of our land from being within the village center and referring to it as semi-rural creates a direct conflict with our current zoning designation of general residential. Why was this done? Was it merely an oversight, a mistake? It certainly wasn't done with any input or permission from me or any other family members. And certainly the land has not relocated itself elsewhere. It is still within easy walking distance of the Belmont Town Center, South Point High School, and the new middle school. There are actually more non-residential uses within walking distance of our property today than there were prior to 2018. This change does not make any sense. I understand the land use plan is simply a guide to help make decisions and is not a binding document that requires blind obedience. The petition before you tonight requesting 99 homes or 4.3 homes per acre is well within the density allowed by the current zoning and makes sense, being located so close to the non-residential uses mentioned earlier. I want to point out that there is considerable open space and tree shade included in the proposed development, over 1/5 of the total acreage. It's impressive how much woodlands are being preserved. This is an asset and an amenity that you just do not see anymore in this day and age when developers come in and clear cut the land. I also want to point out that Fielding Homes DRB Group has also agreed to undertake a very necessary road improvement to Bellwood Drive that will allow it to align to the new traffic light on South Point Road. Somebody somewhere along the line seems like to me messed up, because I don't understand why this wasn't really taken care of with the building of the new middle school, but irregardless, now the developer is expected to rectify this problem. Not only just contribute the land, but actually to build the road. So the road will run through the very part of the property that has the most expensive cost per acre of the 4 parcels. No small sacrifice on the part of the buyer. A property located in Lime Bellwood Drive is in the best interest of the Bellwood community, the middle school, and Belmont. You will receive considerably more cooperation from Fielding Homes DRB Group for the building of this road and satisfying the residents of Bellwood that you will receive from me should the zoning petition be denied. I have one more reason why this project should be approved. Belmont recently increased its property tax rate by 4 cents, just 1 year before a countywide property reappraisal. Then when the countywide property reappraisal kicked in without a corresponding property tax rate decrease to make things revenue neutral, Belmont's property taxes increased significantly for a second year in a row. Because there's such a shortage of industry in the area, Belmont and Gaston County both need rooftops added to the property tax base. Their property tax rates of 51.5 cents and 83 cents respectively are embarrassingly high and hard to justify. The property tax rates of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County are just 34.81 cents and 61.69 cents respectively. It's even lower in every other county and every other town in Mecklenburg County, ranging from 21.5 cents up to 33 cents. That's towns like Cornelius, Huntersville, Mint Hill, Matthews, Stallings, Davidson. So based on the number of homes and the selling price of each home, this project adds over $31 million to the property tax base and does it in an appealing, attractive manner. This is a very nice looking development with single family homes and townhomes that have variety and character and deserves the support and approval of the Planning and Zoning Board. It's a much better looking and well thought out neighborhood than what is currently being built near the Harris Teeter. 76 townhomes and 22 single family homes on 15.07 clear cut acres, a density of 6.5 homes per acre. There seems to be considerable concern that Belmont is growing too fast, causing congestion and overcrowding. This concern is unfounded. I live in Huntersville, which has a terrific quality of life and a property tax rate of just 24 cents. Huntersville has seen its population grow dramatically from 3,000 people in 1990 to 59,000 people in 2020. Meanwhile, Belmont has seen its population grow from 8,400 people in 1990 to just 12,700 people in 2020. Huntersville is growing at an annual rate of 1.53%. Belmont is growing at only 0.76%. Huntersville has a population density of 1,438 people per square mile. Belmont, 1,045 people per square mile. You should have in front of you there a schedule that I prepared that shows that Belmont's population density ranks behind Randlow, Dallas, Mount Holly, Gastonia, Stanley, Lowell, Cramerton, Cherryville, and Bessemer City. Its annual growth rate ranks behind all of these same cities and towns except Gastonia. All of this information can be verified on the website worldpopulationreview.com. Clearly, Belmont is not choking on congestion and overcrowding nearly as much as it's made out to be. I could actually make the case that Belmont officials should be concerned that it's not growing fast enough for its finances to be on sound enough footing to prevent significant future property tax increases. Growth and change are not something new that has just happened to Belmont in the last decade or so. It's been happening since the days it was known as Garibaldi Station. If growth and change don't happen, a city will begin to decline. Growth and change were happening in the 1950s and the 1960s when Amity Acres was built. There were no concerns or resistance from the Smith family then when houses were built along Stowe Road and back up to our property line. Today, however, we have to deal with a laundry list of concerns from some of the current Amity Acre residents. How times have changed. The density and use before you tonight are in alignment with the current zoning the city placed on our land. For all the reasons outlined earlier, this petition makes sense and should be approved. If not, I expect there will be some upset people in the Bellwood neighborhood because they will not be getting their road realigned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Martin, do you wish to speak as well? Then Allison, I'll call on you.
meeting for you folks, so I'm gonna keep it brief, but I appreciate your opportunity. And Shelley, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Smith, thank you. Chairman and Planning Board, thank you for your time. Y'all been here a long time tonight. I don't know that I can add a whole lot to what Shelley and Mr. Smith said without repeating some of the same things. You know, the densities in alignment. You know, I've got a presentation that I put together. I guess if I keep going forward, we'll get there?
Yes.
Okay. And we will flip through just a couple slides, that's all. So the DRB group team, my name's James Martin, and I work with Building Homes, DRB group. And you know, the Charlotte team of DRB groups made up of local land development and home building folks. And the Isaacs group is the group that's going to be designing the civil engineering for this site. We've all have local teams here with a good bit of experience in the local area. DRB group, there's 3 different brands: Elevate Homes, Dan Ryan Builders, and Building Homes. So we've talked about a lot of this. You can see Smith property and how close it is. It's actually less than a quarter of a mile to about the front sliding doors of Harris Teeter from the edge of the property. And so I think it's an easy walking distance to that, the middle school clearly, and the high school. So we're very excited to be where that's located, to be part so close to those uses is really exciting for us. You know, the site plan, we talked about the tree save area and the corner and that critical area where the stream is and the the more intensive topography is. And it's, you know, good buffer off of Bellwood and the cemetery as well. The townhomes facing South Point Road, the realignment of Bellwood Drive, and you'll see that access point there. And one thing that I don't know that was clearly mentioned or remembered, but South Point Road, we're dedicating land there for a future widening whenever the state would decide to do that. But in the meantime, we are dedicating land, but at the current road edge, we're going to add curb and gutter and storm through there, tie that storm system in along Bellwood, the new Bellwood realignment, and then that'll empty out there near the cemetery. So there will be curb, sidewalk improvement, not just internal in the community, but also along South Point Road. And then there's our townhomes, a list of the architectural features, and I put an anticipated sales price in, and I think that's important to see, and some of the facts on those units with the square footage and number of bedrooms and baths. And then there's single family detached there, renderings there, and the anticipated sales price for those. So it's got a range of square footage, a range of housing type, well within the density allowed in the zoning. We are asking for a greater percentage of townhomes. You know, we look at that as an exchange of, you know, some of the other items that we are doing. And when we first met with staff about this, they brought that up. They said, we've got a concern. The new middle school traffic lights here, and Bellwood's an offset intersection, something you would never want to plan. Those types of things happen. And now you have an opportunity to where we can correct that. And we're willing to do that. We're going to need to do that because that'll line up one of our entrances right with a new light. And it'll solve a problem for the overall community. And I end with this. If you assume, I always like to look at what is the impact of a development. It's more than more homes, and it's more than more cars on the road, but it's also vibrancy within the community, but it also financially, you know, what does that mean? And I look at it 2 ways. What are the ongoing tax and water and sewer receipts for the Belmont? These are Belmont area taxes, not Gaston County. We stripped that out. And so if you look at that, and if you assume the assessed value of the townhomes is that sales price I listed, and the assessed value of the detached is what I had listed at $380, then you're looking at that number for the taxes, and about $163,000. If you assume the townhomes are going to use 3,000 gallons of water a month, and the detached are going to use 4,000 gallons of water a month, you're looking at the annual water and sewer receipts there for a total of over $200,000. Then you have one-time fees. You have water and sewer system development fees. You have a fee to set the water meter at each of those units. And we've already mentioned that the sewer here is going to be handled through a low-pressure system.
And that is not gonna require a new pump station that the town has to maintain. And so we still have to pay those water and sewer system development fees. So when you add up those one-time fees, that's over $250,000 up front when we build these houses, and then the ongoing revenue for the units here. You know, in your packet, I think there's a letter from me on, you know, why 99 lots? And, you know, why 99 homes? Why do we have to have that? And, you know, we deal with a financial model just like most businesses would, where there's inputs. You know, you have the cost of the land, you have the cost of the development, you have the taxes that you would pay, you have the cost to build the homes, which while home prices have increased, believe me, the building prices and building costs for materials have really, really increased and been really crazy of late. You input those assumptions you best you can, and you have an anticipated sales price, and you have to hit certain levels of return in order to have a project approved with my company or any company that you would deal with or that would be developing. And this project meets those returns. It fits within the land. You still have over the open space that you're required to have significantly more of the tree save calculation than is required. And you're well within the zoning that you have now with the density that's allowed. So I'll open it up for questions that anyone might have.
The only question I have is a low pressure pump. How does that work, and who maintains that? Is that on the homeowner to maintain that, and what kind of?
It is. It's a great question. So a low pressure sewer system where everyone would have their own low pressure tank beside their house, and then it would pump into a small force main line and then collect it into a slightly larger force main line that would run along South Point, turn down Stowe in the right of way, and there's a manhole that would dump into a gravity sewer, and then from there lead to another lift station somewhere down that line. So the benefit for the town is those individual pump stations, grinder pumps at each home are maintained by the owner, but you have to have inspections every year. So the homeowners association would set up an inspection company, whether it be McCall Brothers or Stanley Environmental or someone else, to inspect those. And the association would also have, and the repairs would be on the homeowner, but the association, it's very important you have this in there, has the ability, if the homeowner says, I'm not gonna fix it, they can fix it and then do a special assessment on that homeowner. Similar things as the communities that I've developed in the past with septic systems. You have mandatory inspection with that, and the homeowner would pay for that, paying for any maintenance, but you wanna know problems before they're a problem. And that's who would maintain that.
Can you clarify where you're taking the force main?
Yes, if you, it would, everything would go to a forest main line that we would install along the frontage of South Point Road within the right-of-way. It would turn down Stowe on the south side of Stowe Road. About 2 houses down, there's a manhole in the front yard, right there behind the ditch line.
Okay.
And what's your option if you couldn't do a force, I mean, what's your option if, besides the force main? Can the other one even, can a low pressure system even be installed?
It can be installed, yes. So the other option is you do low pressure, or you install a pump station, or you install a gravity line. And that's something that Jerry Hatton asked us about early on, and Adrian and Shelley, is like, we really think we ought to have a gravity line that would go off-site property, go through properties that are on Bellwood and the road off of Bellwood. I can't remember the name, I'm sorry. You turn down Bellwood, turn left. Those Bellwood, on the left side of Bellwood and the right side of this road, I can't remember the name.
Fallingbrook, Hunting Ridge.
They all slope down to a low area, and that's where that force main would go. And we had to go ask people in that area, hey, are you willing to deal with us in acquiring right-of-way and installing a gravity line through your property, which would be an easement, clearing, all that. And we started at the end, and we asked a few folks, but to get the fellow at the end where we would tie in, he just built this house, and he said, absolutely not. Jerry said, well, there's actually a slight sewer easement that's on his property, but the issue is that sewer easement goes back and forth over a creek. There's not room with that existing sewer easement to put it in. It's just not. So we were back to a pump station, and then Jerry said, he sent us a letter and said, I want you to explore a low-pressure system. He'd already had conversations with a pump provider who would design the system. We've already been working with them on a preliminary design as well.
Has DOT reviewed that yet for South Point?
I'm sorry?
Has DOT reviewed the force main in the right-of-way?
No, they have not.
Okay, because generally they're not very receptive to that, utilities in the right-of-way, especially for future dedication. Just kind of a heads up on it.
Okay.
Oh, right, you don't want to put a utility right.
Well, just lately they've been
Yeah.
all against everything that I've
Would
looked
that,
at.
would that utility be a private line too, since it's?
I would imagine that's not a
the-
city line, right?
It would be, Jerry said it would be a city line once it leaves our property.
Okay.
And down to
Okay,
Stowe, which is
okay.
not a long run.
Right.
And a force main for a low-pressure system with just 99 homes is probably, you probably know, 4-inch, if that, maybe 3. It's a
Probably, yeah.
small line.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was just curious because if it's private in the right-of-way, that's a no-go.
Exactly.
But it would be Jerry said that would be a county-maintained portion once it leaves our property down to Stowe, which is, I don't know the linear footage, not very long.
Okay.
All right, James, if you'll stick by so we'll be on call. Allison, Nolting, if you'd come. I'd like Allison to talk, and then the chairman's gonna need a bathroom. And then we'll get into our discussion.
Amen.
I'm Allison Knowlton, and I live at 403 Bellwood Drive.
3 minutes.
I don't know if this is pertinent, if you're just talking
You got it,
about changing the zoning, or if you change the zoning, I don't know if this means the whole thing is approved or not. I just want to know that this isn't a bait and switch thing. We were told 3 years ago we were probably going to have Bellwood realigned, and it didn't happen, so I'm just hoping that all this, it really goes through like this, and we're just not stuck some more with trying to figure out how we're going to get out of our street with another couple entrances onto South Point Road. And I'm concerned about the creek also. I was on the Zoom meeting a couple weeks ago. They talked about the detention pond, and that so that when everything's cleared, well, when a lot of it's cleared, that we don't get the creek to be flooded and everything in silver going through the pipes underneath Hunting Ridge. But I'm hoping also that it doesn't change it so that it all dries up. I mean, well, the creek grows behind my yard, and I'm, partial to having that feature. I don't want it to go away. So, no bait and switch.
Yeah, Allison, I have a question for you. For the folks in Bellwood, are most of them on board for the road alignment, even
Yeah,
though?
I mean, yeah, just looking at this light at the end of our street is just crazy. I mean, it looks like they're going to put the line that you stop
Right.
behind at a light, it's going to be like right just past our street, so you're telling people, stop right in front of our street.
Yeah. So there's give and takes, what I'm hearing. I mean, there's more development, but what we possibly could get is a realignment that we absolutely have to have.
Right, because
So if that's how
even
Bill-
without the Smith property being developed, we thought this was going to be realigned 3 years ago.
Okay. If we could take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 9:45 and begin discussion, stand adjourned until then. Call the planning board meeting back into session.
Just something to think about.
Yeah.
So we've heard presentations from the city and also from the applicants. This time I'm gonna open it up to the board for discussion. I know, Nick, you mentioned you wanted to say a few things, but I've opened up to the board for your comments, questions, or concerns, or what have you, so.
I mean, I'll yield to go after everybody else, if that's all right.
The only thing I wanted to clarify is 720, like the block length, they kind of got this arrow going the width, but
Right.
it's the other direction.
Yeah,
Right.
that, I was just trying to show where the intersection would go.
North,
That would,
if you break it
Right.
up.
if you broke it up, yes,
Okay.
that is what I was trying to show, but yes, it's the length in.
Allison,
of
that
the
brings up a
street that
question.
would parallel.
So what's the block length now?
725 feet this way.
Versus
It
6.
should be 660, it should be max, so, but it's this direction. Just thinking about those center townhomes, you're gonna have a long way to get to,
Yeah.
no matter which direction they come from.
Could we consider breaking up the interior and putting in a tie-in, an alley tie-in to the back street? And that way you can ease the
So
burden.
not on South Point Road,
But on the
between
interior road,
alley
yeah.
connector mid-block, you're
That
saying.
way it shortens their run to get out of the alley and get out on the street. That would be just one of the suggestions that I have.
Or just general circulation, because the mailboxes are on the
Just that
northern
one
side, and, you know, you're gonna be driving a long way to get around. I would support that as a part of the condition.
I guess the question would be though, do you think anyone's gonna actually go back to go loop around, or do you think they're just gonna run all the way to the end?
It's just a long drive.
That is a long.
Well, hopefully,
stretch of travel.
hopefully they'd be walking, but, you know.
Well, you're gonna be driving because that's your parking.
That's true, that's
Your
true.
garage is on
I
both
just,
sides.
I was just thinking to make it easier to break it up and have that on the interior.
Right, but not at the South Point.
No,
Road.
Correct.
I agree with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Does it have to be an alley or, so again, I'm just saying this from the standpoint of the way people are coming in and out.
Right.
They wanna come out to the intersection where the light is and
Well,
down the other way, so in and out,
yeah.
and they're coming in or out or leaving, right, your parking spot is in the back.
Uh-huh.
In lieu of like an alley connector, can we just do a wide open space, just so there's an open space between there? So it gives the appearance of a break, but it's not an actual road.
I'm not an engineer or a planner, so I just,
Right, I think it's gotta be some kind of way to exit.
I think
I think
it's,
you'd want it vehicular myself.
I think it's as much vehicular as it is breaking up the,
Right.
It's all gonna be
rhythm.
what I mean.
Yeah.
It's all about, again, those two center buildings and thinking about you got 200 feet from either direction, or 300 feet almost from either direction to get to the
Yeah,
center.
I just sketched on here, splitting
And
it
that's gonna be a
splitting it in the
alley.
middle, on that side.
If I can weigh in, one thing I probably should have brought up is, and this is something you'll probably tell we're pretty proud of. Our townhomes, this alley is the town width.
Yes.
But while we're only allowed to have the garage being 15 feet off the center of the alley, in this case, those are 20-foot-long driveways off the edge of the alley. And there's an extra parking area, so even though it's a one-car garage, we have an extra parking pad there because one of our pet peeves is not having enough parking. The town's got an ordinance for that.
Yeah.
But, you know, we want to provide the extra parking space there at each unit, because face it, in planning fantasy world, right? People don't do parking for your spaces, but in reality they do. You better have them a place to park, and that's why we have those recessed backs, so you can park 2 cars off of that alley, not block it. I think the distance there in reality is, if you look from the middle out, to get everybody who's leaving is gonna go to these 2 spots. They wouldn't turn and go to that middle road and then go around. It'd be a longer way around. You know, I think
If
that,
you're blocked in, I'm just.
Yeah,
thinking
that would be
about
the
that
only
last
reason.
block
Yeah.
road here in the middle, you got 300 feet, you know, to
Absolutely.
get out from either other side. It ought to be for safety there. ought to
and
be-
your mailboxes are on one end of that long drive, so there is going to be a time when a tenant or a property owner has to go around the whole way just to get home, if there's no intermediate.
Are they two-way
And
or?
then you're talking about driveway driveways, and I do agree, that's great, but it's not as great as what we did up at Laurel Walk, where there were two side by side. You're gonna have doubled up cars, if you imagine, on, you know, one in the garage and one on the driveway, on both sides. Because these are gonna be close.
There's actually room for two cars in the driveway, that's what he's saying.
On the side.
You have two
Side by
outside, side by
Okay.
side, outside.
Well, that means
The garage,
that'd be
so
three
if no
cars.
one parks their vehicle in the garage, you still have two vehicles behind the townhome. So there's really like
That's a
three
good point.
parking spots.
Yeah, you lose the
for
on-street parking though,
townhomes.
compared to Laurel Walk, if you want to compare them.
Not as much on street.
Are we anticipating on-street parking here too?
Yes, all the streets are proposed as a 50-foot right-of-way, which allows parking on one side of the street, which has to be designated during the construction plan phase, so it's clear to everybody which side of the street you park.
Okay.
So they
That's
don't
the
have
street,
people-
that's not the alley.
Right.
So this whole front, this fronts to South Point Road, has nowhere else to go.
Right.
Close to
You're
their
right,
house.
yeah. South Point Road, there's no parking there, but again, each townhome has three
It's in the
spots.
alley.
Mhm.
And then if they had guests, they would park interior or in the 9 spots that I think are.
Over near the
in front of
mailbox,
Vail
yeah.
Kiosk, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
But you're right, there's no on-street parking.
But in front of the townhomes not facing South Point, that's where
Yes,
that
yeah,
on-street parking
yeah.
would be,
Mhm.
all in front of there. And some, you know, folks who live there will probably take advantage of that. Even though we're providing ample parking off the alley behind the units, people will take advantage of that on-street parking as well. You know,
Well, yeah.
We want to reserve that for guests, but,
Mhm.
you know residents are gonna park there, and there's room too, and it's designed for it.
And could you, is there enough, how wide is that alley?
It's a 24-foot wide right-of-way with 20 feet clear paved. And that's the,
It'll sort two-way traffic.
yes, so it allows
Yes.
two-way traffic, and that's based on the
Yeah.
request of our fire department.
Mhm.
They are adamant about the 20 feet paved with ribbon,
Mhm.
so ribbon side of that.
Yes. Okay.
My only other concern, if you think about trash day too, like you said, everybody rolls the cans out from the South Point facing guys are all gonna roll their cans out into the alley.
All of them. will.
All the
The other
time.
side will
The
too.
other side too, right? They're
Yeah.
not gonna try to
Yeah.
roll them out
Yeah,
down
so you
front.
basically got a one-lane
So,
road.
right.
Yeah, during trash day, yeah, I would agree with
Mm.
that.
It's just, it's tight, and I would just, and I'm also a real estate agent, so I'm thinking about selling them.
Yeah, good.
Those middle ones, real hard to sell. Real hard to sell.
So the main public roads, are they all standard curb and gutter, or are they valley gutter?
Yeah. I mean, it's just certainly, if South Point Road gets widened, there's gonna be a whole lot of things that are hard to sell down South Point Road.
Yeah.
Because that road's gonna get close to everybody's front door. I think they're doing about as good as you could,
So
I
I've
don't
been moving
know.
them back. My concern is, it's just 700 feet of building.
There's
you
little
might-
bitty gaps.
There's little gaps that are smaller than the individual units. You know, I would like to see a larger gap somewhere along here, or push the units back. Because when they do, I mean, what happens based off this dash?
Well, the units
Section.
so they built the townhomes, so the townhomes have a maximum setback, between 0 and 25 feet, because we want that street interaction, that pedestrian interaction. They are dedicating additional right-of-way for future widening, which means that, but the curb and gutter that they are going to be required to install will be adjacent to the existing travel way. So there'll be more landscaping.
For
The
now.
setback
For now.
I understand everything we're doing today. I wanna know what happens when the road gets widened, because it will get widened.
What
Yeah,
is,
it will get widened, and we asked them, so first of all, they're dedicating right of way to accommodate what was envisioned for future widening on South Point Road.
And do you know how much of that will be taken up? Right
And
now,
we are asking.
the right of way takes up the front wall, based off this plan.
So we asked them to put the sidewalk where it would be in the future with the widening. So that sidewalk will not have to be torn up when they do the roadway widening. They are putting it on the backside of the future driveway.
So the sidewalk is 4 feet, 5 feet?
5 feet.
5 feet.
And then how far from that wall will the curb be for the 4-lane road?
There should be 6 feet.
We need to be sure that that's
Well, do we
drawn
have
up
a-
like that.
Looks tight.
Yeah, is there a
One thing-
proposed,
One thing you're looking at, if I may, is all that hatched on South Point is not asphalt road. That's
No,
like-
it's right away.
Yeah,
That's
so
feature
we
right
will.
away.
We understand that.
When you widen it, will the new asphalt be closer to these units? Yes.
Yes.
But then at that point, those units will be within the 0 to 15 feet front setback, which is a requirement.
0
I
to
understand
25
it's, I
maximum
understand it's a
setback.
requirement of most 2-lane roads we have around here. This is going to be a major 4-lane thoroughfare.
well, the other question is, do we have a street section for the road? Because that elevation of the sidewalk is gonna determine where that needs to be. So all those townhomes and the sidewalk on South Point, it's nice to say, yeah, it's X feet back from the road, but if they come in and they're 4 feet lower, now we're gonna have a serious problem with the sidewalk too. So has that been thought through,
Well,
or?
the future sidewalk will be in the future right away, so if the road is with, if and when the road is widened, say when, that sidewalk will be part, either it can stay, but it has, or it will have to be designed into the future right-of-way design. They have not designed that road as far as.
That's what I'm
all the
concerned with,
grade.
though.
They have a vision of what that cross-section looks like, and that we got from the Gaston, Lincoln County.
So they do
MDO.
have a
They're the
cross-section
ones We met with them, NCDOT, the development team, our consultant, and we talked about the future cross-section for South Point Road, how much right-of-way was identified that was needed within that future right-of-way. And it was 55 feet from center line, so it would equate to 110-foot future right-of-way. And I hear what you're saying, what is it gonna look like with townhomes that close to a 4-lane road? I get what you're saying. I can't address it
So-
until.
So what,
You have that same look at the corner of, the Finial townhomes that are being built, the white.
That's what I was gonna say, Bill.
That road is a 4-lane
Oh,
road with a
yeah,
center
so
turn.
that's
And that
about
road is
They're-
not as busy.
They're
a road.
right
Yeah,
up
that's true.
on it.
It's 4 lanes, but it's nowhere near as busy down through that
So-
stretch.
what is the setback of the townhomes from the proposed right-of-way that you're dedicating?
15 feet.
15.
And if we check,
There's a
com-
maximum between 0 and 25.
so we check compliance with the pedestrian master plan?
I'm sorry, the what now?
With the pedestrian master plan for the sidewalk use along South Point? 'Cause
Yes.
5-foot sidewalks all we're requiring there?
So sidewalks required in front of all,
But only 5 foot? That
Yeah.
seems like it'd be a major corridor.
no, it's supposed to have, it's a 5-foot sidewalk, and a feature bike lane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, just like the school property, it was a non-residential development, so it, had to do an 8-foot sidewalk. As well
Right.
as the commercial center, residential's required 5 feet.
Okay.
We did check, both the school side and this side, there should be a bike lane. NCDOT will not let us put a bike lane in because they feel it will cause a dangerous situation on a non-improved road,
Yeah.
In that area. In fact, the commercial center, South Point Village, we had that same issue. They were willing to put in a bike lane and NCDOT said no because it would be a bike lane to nowhere. That
Right.
comes out onto a little 2-lane road, so they said at this time, no. And, so that is envisioned in the future, but at this time, so what would happen with the roadway widening, that would all get flushed out.
Fair enough.
So speaking of sidewalk connectivity, is there any proposed sidewalk from where you end to Stowe? Or no?
No, there's not.
It's not as part of this project, we have talked with the city manager about if this project is approved, can we entertain that 400 feet to the intersection and 2 parcels removed? We believe there's enough room, there's some rural grade issues.
Sure
over
there
there,
is.
But
Mhm.
we believe there's enough room in the right of way to be able to do the sidewalk all the way up to the corner, so we have investigated that.
We just need to follow up, because if we're pushing for this connectivity to Belmont Town Center, and we got a 400 space that you gotta walk across, you either gotta commit and go across to Belmont Middle and then back over, I mean, you know, let's commit to it, right? I
Right,
mean,
which ultimately the city manager said, yes, he would love to do, but it's ultimately a city council
Okay.
approval. We were able to, with the Belmont Middle School and the commercial center, their South Point Village, the city recently did a sidewalk project where we crossed that one property, so kids can walk all the way from Belmont Middle School, all the way to the high school property. Our goal is to get that connected as well. It is not in a CIP or anything right now because no one knew this project coming.
So I have a hard time understanding too on the sidewalk that goes to nowhere, right? It's gonna dead end, where right across the street at the middle school, it goes all the way up. The high school do their part to the town center, right? You'd have to cross South Point twice, but the sidewalk's there. It goes to somewhere you don't have to worry about the.
Well, wouldn't they put a crossing at the light? You
We're
put a crossing at the light so
for
people would
signal
be able to get it.
of heads at
Mhm.
the Belmont Middle School intersection.
Yeah, he'd have to do it.
it's circuitous, it's not,
Yeah.
yeah. The
Ultimate-
connectivity along, up to Stowe is the real question.
Yes, that's gonna
Yes.
be the goal. You know, we get sidewalk where we can as projects come in, and then when there's segments, our goal, we need to go to council and say, okay, we got commitment to build a sidewalk here, we have this gap between here and here. Can we, work with a project to fill it? And what we usually do is, for example, on the Belmont Middle School side, we actually work with the developer of the commercial center and roll the city sidewalk project into their construction because it's more affordable. We do a reimbursement. So the group that built that commercial center at McKee actually built their sidewalk, and the sidewalk across the other property for the city was a reimbursement. So my guess would be, if this project moves forward, we would look at doing the same thing, because we want it all built at once, while our construction crews out there, let's get it designed and built at the same time, because it just makes sense.
This might not be appropriate, but Jim, would you be willing to pay for 400 feet of sidewalk?
You know, where that
Just,
is, we would have to have help with that, as far as rolling in with hours and helping facilitate it, absolutely. The issue is, you know, the right of way through there, across these two properties is not being dedicated.
Yeah.
And the slope off that road comes off.
Good point.
It'd be a big undertaking.
Good point.
So as Shelley mentioned it to us, we mentioned it to the first property owner. He's had a lot of drainage issues, and he wanted to make sure that we're actually gonna be taking water off of him. But he's still got some other drainage issues, so he was out there when we met with the neighbors, met with a total of 3 neighbors out last Friday. And our engineer mentioned that to him. So, you know, we can continue to explore, we have to have help with that. This would be a more significant project than what you did on the South Point Village side.
Help with right of way is what you're saying.
That, and it's probably gonna be a retaining wall.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless, that owner allows you to grade onto his property, the 2 folks, because you're gonna have to keep it level above the road, then taper it off.
Didn't they just build that?
House. Yeah. Yeah, it's in a hole.
Yeah.
Oh, is that where that is? The one is, okay, that new one right there has got the.
Pretty house.
It is, nice yard and all, but it's down in the hole. Okay.
We've done a lot of drainage.
Yeah.
Put your sidewalks back on the alley, right?
I don't think there's sidewalks.
There's no sidewalk back.
There's a sidewalk on Stowe Point, or South Point, really.
No, I'm talking about there's no sidewalks back along the alley at all, or it would not be. So that's only one.
So I wanted to address the other speaker's comment about the Bellwood relocation. Where does that fall into the development timeline? Is that a first thing first or last thing?
We would develop this at one time.
Okay.
You know, one thing in development, you want to try to put enough inventory out to keep up with demand, but if you have a really large project, you don't want to put everything on the ground because then you're putting too much inventory. So it's a balancing act. This, because we have two different products, we have townhome, we have detached. That is enough supply that we could do it all at once, which makes for a more efficient development. So with that, that would all be rolled in, the same contractor that we would use to do everything else. And we usually select the general contractor who handles the grading and the utility, roll it all underneath one. That way I'm not babysitting everybody. But that would be rolled into their project as well. So I can imagine, and this is what I relate to you, man, I can imagine that if I said, I'm gonna do most of this, and I'm not gonna do Bellwood, can you let me do that? That shake of the head tells me what I need to know. We wouldn't
We
do
did
that.
look for the Bellwood connection being the very first phase.
And we want to front on the light. I mean, that's an important entrance in the
Well, sure.
community, is that turn lane we would have to do. That curb we're putting along South Front helps set that streetscape up for us.
Cool.
I do have a couple of comments. I got mixed feelings on this. Getting the Bellwood things, I think, worth what comes with it. I mean, I just think that Bellwood realignment just absolutely has to be done. I sit back looking at the GR, and I think a lot of those were put in place after a lot of those subdivisions. You look at Amity Acres, you look at Bellwood, and even on the Smith property, and the old farmhouse where Willis lived it's been there a long time, and Tommy, you said that was built in '88, your dad's house.
Correct.
And so that was probably before it went to, when we redid the code, right, GR. So I think that's how GR came to be. But, those are like on half-acre, three-quarter-acre lots. So GR at Bellwood and Amity Acre is different than GR and 6. But it is what it is. And what I think what I'd like the city to look at, too, is the South Point Peninsula overlay. I think we need to have a little more guidance on how we designate that instead of just saying it's a large, just some definition around how we do that. Because I went back and looked at River Mist, and it's 40 acres. Well, that's large, but Smith property's large too. And then, down Ray McKinney thought about 10 acres down there, and that's in the South Point overlay. So I don't know what's large and what's not. I just think, that's just a comment from me, that maybe we put some guidelines around how we designate that.
Can I add to that, actually?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so I guess this is somewhat of a question for staff as well regarding how the GR district is applied. The UDO section 5.4 of the code defines general residential as the general residential district is, sorry, this is really small, is coded to permit the health of the city's historic neighborhoods, as well as providing the city's expansion with new development along the same traditional lines. It goes beyond that, but I think generally speaking, that 6 DUA, it would seem to me like the historic nature of some of the neighborhoods that also fall into the GR could include the mill districts that are traditionally 5,000, 6,000 square foot homes, which would fall under the 6 DUA. So I'm wondering if the 6 DUA was applied to that zoning designation to keep the historic nature of the existing subdivisions, such as the mill communities. And if that's why there's the inconsistency between the land use plan and the zoning code. Because it seems like the disconnect there is historic, preserve the historic, but also this is what the code allows. And I want to know if there's any background history on that zoning designation. Maybe Alec could weigh in on.
I came to Belmont in 2014, and that designation was there. So I don't have the historic, we have Alec Robinson.
He'd been here for 40 years.
So, I don't know. I do question why Amity Acres and Bellwood has a general residential zoning classification on it, because they are half acre, so that's about 2 dwelling units to the acre. Bellwood, probably less than 2, but again, they're also communities, those lot sizes were actually established because there was no sewer and water, so they had to be of certain sizes to accommodate that. And I think once areas evolve and sewer and water gets put in the area, but why these neighborhoods that have, you know, existing neighborhoods like yours, which we could call it a historic character of your community. It's 2 dwellings an acre, but it has general residential on it. I don't know when it was placed on there. So I wish I could provide insight on that. Yeah.
I would like to say, and I don't know definitively, but it looks like from some of the research that I had done on Dixon Village, that General Residential was in place far before the SR zoning designation.
Oh, that is true.
And so I believe that was just the general residential default zoning until the suburban residential zoning designation was
Created.
And so,
Yeah, which that's what usually when someone's annexed into the city or, you know, down in the peninsula area, we tell them to be consistent with the long-range vision of the rural residential, that you should have SR zoning, which is in 3.
Yeah, because I mean, that's my general concern with this neighborhood to start with, is just the density. It seems, if you look at the community in terms of a 2-acre radius, or a 2-mile radius rather, it could be consistent with the commercial and the school and everything else, but we're now taking, you know, other properties nearby that are just using each other's designation to continue with higher density products because somebody else had done it. I just feel like it's a really bad way to go about. If we're not following the land use plan, what's the point of having it? And I feel like, I've made this comment on a few other projects we've had here, where we have plans in place, sidewalk ordinance, the transportation plan, now the planning plan, and it just seems like if we're gonna ignore it and treat everything individually, there's really no reason to have it.
Again, it's staff's opinion that this is unique in that it has a zoning classification on it that has been in place on this property. Again, I'm not really sure when it was placed, but that's the difference. The properties on the peninsula that are semi-rural have the overlay, that were general residential have the overlay placed on it. There was a process, the property owner was notified, the overlay was placed on it. This is general residential property, that's zoned general residential property, that there was no direct notification to the property owner, that we changed the land use plan. We didn't place a zoning overlay that would make it consistent with the land use plan, but we changed the land use plan by shifting the village center and made it sort of out of sync. And again, I hear what you're saying. I mean, every time we bring something forward, we look for consistency with the comp plan.
Right.
So we recognize as staff, it's not consistent with the future land use designation. There's a disconnect between the existing zoning of the subject property and the future land use designation. But it was consistent at one time.
I have another comment. The traffic impact analysis, you said that you used the Belmont from 18, Belmont Middle from 18. I think it's something that we need to consider as a planning board. We're not gonna, pull a 180 here to this development, but when we start looking at developments of this size that begin to push that traffic impact analysis, whether it's DOT's requirements or whether it's Belmont's, along South Point Road, I don't know if you can do it by area, if you can do it by type of development, just a conversation to know that you're gonna put a lot of people on South Point Road with this development. I mean, there's no question about it, and there's already a lot of people on the road. So it's a concern that I have when we start looking at growth and development. We always say it's coming. Well, here it is. And we're saying that the traffic impact analysis isn't giving us the information we need because it's right on the threshold, or we're using 2-year-old data. It's a workshop, it's a conversation.
Yeah, or
Not
to add
after
to
this
that-
meeting, but
Sorry, just to add to that too, are we going to NCDOT or Gaston County, planning board for transportation projects? They look at our land use plan, they say, well, it's all low-density residential, so why allocate any funding to improve South Point? Because as far as I know, it's not on the next 10-year plan. So I don't know when we're ever thinking about doing anything to South Point.
I think staff's done what they've needed to do on this project. It's still a concern though, the number of people.
Will this be an HOA?
Yes, sir.
Will it be one or two?
Two. There'll be a master and then a sub-association for the townhomes, because they'll have lawn maintenance at the townhomes, exterior maintenance on the townhomes, so they would pay an extra amount besides, the maintenance is just for them.
In my own mind, that's two neighborhoods, that's two developments. And so therefore, the density of one far exceeds what's allowed. But, that's my left-handed thinking. I want to see some street profiles crosses through what's going to happen, what can happen in the future. I want to see some more stuff that could impact this, all the units facing South Point Road, to go in and take all that frontage that they thought they had, it, to me, is going to decrease in the future the value of the home. And it may not make them hard to sell, but the value is going to go down. So I can't say long-term, this is a good thing for the taxpayer. From where it is today, but I want to know where it is 10 years from now, once that road gets built.
I have another comment. And my last one. Tree save. You talked about saving all the trees, heritage. We appreciate that, and it's really nice to see the amount of work that Davey did for you guys on a big piece of property. It was what the intent of that ordinance change was, and so I think that might be the first. This might be the first development we've seen a tree inventory as extensive as this. And then someone else mentioned about clear cutting across the street behind Harris Teeter. I drive by that every day. I would like to know generally where the development is, what level of tree save you have. I mean, you're getting a lot of tree save in that back corner of the property, right? That's no benefit to South Point Road. That's no benefit to the people on Stowe Road. You're actually landlocking a bunch of trees with the Bellmead or Bellwood and then the other neighborhood adjacent.
With no access.
With no access. It's not contributing, right, to the tree canopy of Belmont. You're complying. I'm not suggesting that you're not, but when you start talking about clear cutting, be careful what you say, because you're going to tear down a lot of trees to put those townhomes on. You're going to tear down a lot of trees to put in the lots. And people are going to see all that red dirt, and they're going to say, well, what are we doing with our tree ordinance?
Can you put the picture back up there of this property, because it's a farm, already.
We understand it's
It's already, a lot of it is already. I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of trees on South Point Road.
I get it.
Well, to your point too, though, the reason why the rest of it isn't a farm is because you can't get to it, because it's 40 feet down the hill.
I mean, this is a big,
So is the intent of the tree ordinance just to save the trees that are already in the protected buffer, or,
That you can't get to, that nobody wants.
Which I know we had that discussion when we discussed the tree ordinance.
So, yeah, I just, it's something this board needs to consider when we start looking at these tree ordinances and tree save. It's,
Yeah, take the one.
take the winter shot, yeah.
No, there's trees there, quite a few trees. At least that's what you, when you take an aerial, when it's green, you see where the trees are.
Okay, so, yes, we just updated our tree ordinance. We asked the developer to follow the new tree ordinance, if this is in compliance with the tree ordinance.
And I didn't say that it wasn't.
Correct, no, I heard you loud and clear, I
Yeah.
was agreeing with you. And do we need to go back and, now that we've had a project go through the new ordinance, do we need to go back and really look at it, maybe make some changes? But I also want you to realize that some of the canopy will be replaced. So
Understood.
every street that includes South Point Road is required to have street trees planted along the frontages. Every single-family detached home has to have a minimum of one front yard tree and a rear yard tree. So some of the canopy will be replaced.
Understood.
A large portion is, you can see the whole north portion of the site was actually a farm, so.
No, I get it.
Yeah, for the purpose of future discussion, at the very least, could we request a survey of the tree ordinance? Because I know we have a list of the trees that was included in the application. Can we get the actual survey?
Yeah, I
to
was
see?
looking for
Yeah,
a site
we
plan
will,
too.
yes, we can make sure that we include it in the, yes.
Because I'd like to see that as well, where
Yes,
exactly
I do
the
have
larger
that, and I
trees were.
apologize.
That's
It
okay.
wasn't
We're learning. I mean,
included in this.
it's a new piece of information that we're learning, that we're
Yes,
trying to understand, and,
Absolutely,
yeah,
it does
I get it.
identify all the trees surveyed.
Cool. That's all I had.
It's, we're meeting exceeding the 31%.
No, and there's a lot of trees in that back corner that you're getting a lot of credit for that nobody's gonna see.
And
So-
arguably, aesthetically, I would agree. Arguably, that is the area you want to save the most because of the runoff and the watershed of that stream.
Well,
Leave that
True.
natural.
The stream
No,
itself.
I get it, yeah, it's a low point, I get it.
But I don't know that it's developable back there, right? So I've got a question too, that's the other way. So if this is being voluntarily annexed into the city, and it's currently GR,
Yes.
does the city have a say-so on what the new zoning should be?
Well, that's why we're here. Now, if they were developing, it has a zoning classification, so if they weren't requesting a conditional district, we would not be going through this process. They'd be going straight to council and just asking to be annexed into the city of Belmont.
With a
They are
design,
requesting to retain their GR, but establish a conditional district to allow for this flexibility, so
Okay.
that opens it up. But otherwise, no, if a property is in the city's ETJ, they do not have to go through another zoning action. It already has zoning, they would need just to be annexed, but.
So it's to get the density. And the thing that bothers me more than, say, I got mixed feelings, I'm not totally against this project. The road alignment, the only thing that gets me there. But this is in a semi-rural neighborhood, is that the land? And I just want to read what that says in our book, and that's, we have these
Yeah.
things, and then because I think what y'all presented is good, but I think it's a stretch in my mind. It said the land use category primarily consists of single-family detached houses on large lots. Preservation of open space and maintenance of rural character is encouraged. And I'm sitting there looking, that's what we got, but that's not what we're getting. Now,
but also, they're under GR by right, where they could do 6 units per acre.
They could build 136 properties.
That's, he has that right by, he has
but I
that
guess the
use by
city
right
could
right
say,
now.
no, we don't annex you, right? It's voluntary.
Well, that's the argument.
Well, no, he'll
We're
do
not only
annexation to
finding-
get utilities.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not only finding that it meets the ordinance and with the conditions that we approved, but that it's also consistent with the land use plan.
Right, you
Yeah.
have to see if it's a reasonable request, and then you have to consider if it's consistent with the comprehensive land use plan, including the goals of the comprehensive land use plan. So, that's why I handed that out. And if you find it's a reasonable request, doesn't mean you can't recommend approval for a project. You can find it inconsistent, but you think it's reasonable for these factors, and then make a recommendation a certain way, or find it's inconsistent with the comp plan, you don't think it's a reasonable request, and you're recommending disapproval.
Can I ask a question then?
Yes.
The land use plan, is it only there as a guide? And then when you're in here and you're talking about what's the regulation that has to be enforced, the land use plan is not enforced. It's the zone that's on the property, correct?
Correct. Zoning is regulations. A comprehensive land use plan is a guide for decision makers and staff and property owners to anticipate development and help people make the land use decisions. So it is that long-range vision that can change over time, regulations or zoning regulations, so forth. But again, state law does ask that in making, that's why it's in there. They don't want people changing the vision every other day. They say when you're making zoning map amendments, zoning, you're supposed to reference your comprehensive land use plan, and is it a reasonable request? And is it consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan, your comprehensive land use plan? It is not consistent with the density based on the land use designation.
But that's only because when you went back and changed the land use plan, this piece of property fell through the crack because its zoning is not conducive with the land use plan from the get-go.
I would say the modification of the update of comprehensive land use plan did take the property out of sync with the comprehensive land use plan. Yes,
Okay.
it did.
And we're debating over the fact that he's 400 feet away from the village center.
Well, he's surrounded by low-density residential is the issue.
Is he really, after what we've allowed to happen all around Harris Teeter?
Well, Harris Teeter was zoned as a community altogether, town center. It was all part of the same plan.
But also, and the fact is he has a use by right to do 6 houses per acre right now.
Well,
based
no,
on his
well,
zoning.
technically he doesn't, because he's not in the city. So he needs annexation to get city utilities to get to 6 DUA. He can develop it right now under the county standards.
But he's not, but I understand that, but he has the city zoning attached to his property.
It's still under ETJ, still.
It's in the ETJ, it's still under our
Well,
control.
understandable, but he'll be limited by the annexation for utilities is the main crux that matter.
But he could bring an annexation for 6 houses per acre, by
Sure.
right,
Sure, he could.
And how would you disapprove him?
and you couldn't.
All right, I understand.
So let me.
And maybe utilities
So
to you.
everybody's writing.
Yeah, yeah.
Right now. So the property has to be annexed based on the city's water and sewer, service requirement policy that says major subdivisions, which this would qualify. That's anything over 8 lots is a major subdivision, has to be annexed into the city of Belmont. So it has GR zoning, that is a city designation, but for them to do any development of a major development or greater, they would have to be annexed into the city. So the way this is geared up is they want to establish a conditional district, retain their GR zoning, propose this development. It would, once it moves from the planning board, the public hearing will be held by the city council. That same night, the annexation request public hearing will also be heard. It's already, the petition's been filed with the city, it's been investigated for sufficiency, the public hearing is set for February 1st, so they would be heard together. So this has city zoning. It could be approved with a condition of approval that it be annexed into the city in order to get the utilities that it needs. But it has city zoning, so the city can make a zoning decision on it. But to actually make it viable for construction of a major subdivision, they need that other part where it's annexed into the city as well.
So we have 2 relief areas
2 areas of relief.
that I think we should, if there's no other comment, begin to discuss. I think we've talked about some of it, but the first one being the maximum block length at 660 linear feet. The one that is proposed at over 700 feet. Discussion on that length, and we talked about adding an access lane, access drive, private lane, internal to the site, not on South Point Road. Is that something that we want to ask the applicant to look into to comply then with an internal block length?
It still won't comply, because it'll still be 725 feet
On the
long.
front.
It'll just have a new exit off of it, right?
It'll be over 700 feet on South Point
South
Road,
South Point Road.
which is
But not
a,
on
The
the
alley behind it would still be 725 feet long.
But
right?
there's the regulation has to do with street block length. It's not
Yep.
really the alley.
Right.
Okay.
It's they consider a block break.
Right.
The South Point side can't be, block length can't be broken up because of access management.
Right.
and I would say the length of the townhomes on a busy road like that would not mitigate, we wouldn't ask for that. I mean,
Well, we
it's
can't,
kind of
because
silly.
DOT mitigated that.
I don't think that, I
But-
don't think that's up to us. I think it's.
DOT regulated that.
So
But
let's
you
take,
can do it on the inside.
let's take that off the table and let's talk about the internal circulation of the property.
Yeah.
Is that something we want to consider?
We're still talking about block length, or you going?
Block length, yeah, block length.
What's the idea behind, is it purely traffic? Is the block length instead of 660?
It's, the 660 is really to make walkable communities, so you don't get more the real suburban, so they want shorter block and intersections for circulation of traffic, as well as walkability. You don't have to walk, like we have some neighborhoods that have no breaks in the blocks at all. I'll even use Bellwood, you have to, is that walkable? Well, first you have no sidewalk. Yeah, put it off in the street, yeah. Yeah, it's intended just to be more, it's really more of an urban requirement. If you want to think about a grid system of roads and connectivity and circulation, that's why it's in the ordinance. And that's why the ordinance says you can exceed it if there's topographic issues, sort of, right away.
Or
So
traffic
they're
issues.
asking for relief because it's not really related to topo, it's more, okay, no block
Yep.
here, but I get that connection on the other
Well,
area.
I think also the 660 is quite a long ways for us down this side. It's also a visual thing. I'm not seeing it here. I mean, usually when you break a block up, it's with at least a well-defined two-lane road with wide sidewalks, and I'm getting 700 and some feet of town.
Yeah,
Right against the road.
I don't want to play civil engineer here or site designer by any means, but considering where the mailboxes are, putting them more internal to the site, that may allow you to create that alleyway between that internal run
Agreed.
and having a mailbox area more centralized to the site. So,
Just kind of flip-flopping?
No, put it in the middle.
put it in the middle, you would have a greater distance between two sections of those runs. It makes it more walkable, it makes it a more centralized location. So I would like to propose that be one of the conditions that we put on.
Can we make that
So
kind of
are you
condition?
saying, yes?
We design?
Well, no, because, it doesn't comply, so we can make the recommendation to get to,
So can I ask, I just want to make sure I understand, so you're saying pick up the parking spaces and the kiosk area and place it in the middle of the block to give that.
On that,
visual
on that
open
run
space
from Bellwood.
shared,
Mhm.
And move the townhomes to the edge.
To the end.
Yeah, okay, I just want
Is
to.
that on both sides or just one side?
Both sides.
no, one
No,
side.
I'm for both sides.
Oh, no, well, both.
You're not
sides.
gonna-
I'm for saying that
You can't.
You're not
don't
gonna
have to
fit
go
it.
that big distance you have here in the front, but there needs to be like a 68-foot break.
But he can't do anything on South Point because DOT's.
I'm not asking for a road.
No.
I'm asking for a piece
Well-
of land with trees on it.
In between.
Yeah.
So if I can comment on that.
Well, he'd lose his density that way.
That would impact density.
It would.
But more important, where we've got the mailboxes now, it's not right up on South Point. You notice it's not just parking, a little mailbox, it's a small area of that square, but it's slightly off South Point, so that would be a landscape, common open space area for enjoyment. If you put that, try to put it right up on South Point, you're not gonna have any people using that.
No, there's, that,
Yes, the one's facing the.
Yeah, we don't need to design. I mean, we need to make recommendations
Well, but there's
that,
a visual thing that we can express. I mean, what you said makes plenty of sense, moving it to the middle on the back side. I'm still pushing for less on the front side, not the same width. Give me a break here. Give me a small part.
I'm giving you a break? No, yeah.
It's,
So then the recommendation to the property owner, to the developer, would be to maximize the distance between townhomes in the central run of the frontage on South Point Road to make it wider. I think we're talking a couple feet here, just looking at the site plan, but nonetheless, if you can make that concession.
You've got 725 feet, but it doesn't feel like constantly townhomes.
Just boom, 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 boom.
all together. We'll get the same kind of complaints that we had about the houses on Stowe Road that had no visual difference, they seemed so tight. But if you gain a few wider, I think.
So on the south front, give a wider open space, then in the interior, move that parking kiosk, little open space between the rent on the interior.
And I
Yes.
think, and
So
I
that
think
keeps the
was-
density the same, though they hadn't lost any, it's just, some, okay.
I mean, they can make it work with 98, but we're not, you know.
Right, 81. But and
That's
then to
good.
me, you would incorporate that cut-through road to that point, too, so that those alleyways still had another out in the middle, come to the mailbox.
Yep.
And go out either way. And then you just have.
'Cause it's
three
gonna be-
ways out.
It's gonna be really fun to come out on the Bellwood realignment on that end where the light is,
Right.
if you're trying to get out of the alleyway
Right,
right
you're
there
gonna
too.
have to honestly come out the middle, you're getting a
And then
line
loop around, cause you'll
to get out
have,
the
Yep.
line.
they'll have
Think about
stacking,
that.
there'll be
Yep.
stacking, that's right.
You can't all, you'll all back up in the alley.
Yep.
Exactly.
Right now. Because that would be a backup.
Yeah, and that alley location, we actually had to work with NCDOT on the alley location to make sure it was pushed back far enough away from the actual intersection of South Point Road, so they have a certain road that they want before the intersection.
I guess that goes back to what happens when, you know, the road gets widened and that stub length gets shortened.
Honestly, I think we just eliminate the road get widened on this side. I think the road, if it widens, it'll widen on the school side.
I don't think it
And the
can.
more we keep doing this down South Point Road,
It can't.
the more you'll never.
The distance
widen South Point Road.
between the sidewalk on the middle school side and the school itself is
Is
maybe
not much.
15 feet, and
It's
it's a
got a-
3-to-1 slope
Yeah,
down.
it's got a huge drop down.
It's not a good thing, it's not a great cross-section, and it will be a horrible cross-section when the road is wide.
I just think, again, the more you put down through there to make the cost of the road to be widened, you're just never going to get it. It's never going to move.
So Matt, do we have something in writing that somebody can gather up on a,
So we've done this in a couple ways. We've taken each relief area and voted on it, or we can vote on the whole thing. I could just make a motion for this first relief to say something like this. You ready?
Okay, yeah, we're ready.
So in the area of relief for the 660-foot block length, provide a redesigned site plan which relocates playground, parking, and mail to the central location interior of the site. That's one. Including an alleyway drive that connects the proposed public street with the proposed rear alley at that location. Okay? Then two, redistribute the rhythm of the townhomes on South Point Road to provide a larger space in the middle to break up the 660-foot length.
That's it.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
so we're gonna take them one by one then, right? And go through and do that?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Peyton, you got all that?
Yes.
You're good. Norman has seconded that. Any further discussion on that first item?
If this motion passes, will they be coming back?
I don't think they have to.
Based on, well, it's ultimately up to the board, but if you're giving direction, we would have an
That's my
updated site
concern.
plan and show it to the city council.
Then the council will see it, and everything that we may have concerns about, we're not sure they're gonna get.
Well, staff would verify that for us with the resubmittal.
And we would ask
One
for
of
an
us is
updated
here.
site.
Yeah, we got Jim here. Jim's. So when you make your presentation, then I guess you would go through that, or it'd be in the minutes.
Absolutely, they get the minutes from the
Okay.
meeting as well as any direction from this board. And then if you want to redesign, we would ask that they do that before it's represented at the council.
So is that being done in a week? That's a question.
That would have to be.
We want to make the next meeting.
Yeah, they want.
So if it's not gonna make the next meeting, then I would say that we would like to see it at the next planning and zoning, you know, right? I mean, that would give you relief if you're not up against time, right? I don't know if you are or not.
We are, but.
Always are, right?
If we don't make the next council meeting, we can come back here. Just, can we be first on the agenda?
Yeah, so because.
But we're not trying to meet
of
the next
the-
council meeting.
So, yeah, so we have already called in legal ads for the paper because of timing requirements. We have not mailed out the adjacent property owners notice, that goes out tomorrow based on state requirements for noticing for public hearing. So it was anticipated this, whether support or no, was going to move forward to the public hearing, so,
I would just ask that the plan be provided to the planning and zoning board when it's received by staff. And we can attend the city council meeting if we want and make comment on it then, right?
yes, absolutely.
Or Jim can just be our messenger. Or-
Yes, so the direction is that when we receive the updated plan, to send it out to the planning board, and that way you have, you know exactly what's being presented to the council and can comment or.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table.
This is one thing, there's people we're gonna have to go over.
Right.
If we're not gonna see it, and they're gonna make it council, then I want more stuff on it. I want more stuff. More information.
What?
So his
What?
motion has been seconded.
Yeah, let's do that later.
Can we remind
Call the
ourselves of what the
question.
motion is?
Just move in the mailbox parking to the central run of the townhomes along.
And
the
no,
townhomes.
no vehicular
Yeah,
connect.
the vehicular connection was added.
Vehicular.
Yeah, an alley.
Okay,
And an alley,
Yep.
all right.
is what I heard.
And then to redistribute the rhythm of the townhomes along South Point Road to make a wider area in the central
Okay.
portion.
There's a motion and a second.
We
All,
discussed
we discussed it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. So we got that first part. Second part,
Second relief.
You got a second one.
The building type ratio,
Yeah.
what is Laurel Walk building type ratio?
Oh, they have a total of 99 units, and I would say, I don't have a plan. It's primarily townhomes.
I'm just thinking, is it not?
It's also, well,
consistent with it?
it's a different zoning though.
Over
It's T&D.
because of the townhomes.
It's, so it was planned that way from the get-go.
Yeah,
But it's still gotta be a certain percentage, what percentage alley or lot or townhome does it have to be?
well, first of all, let me clarify that. It is 100% alley load product. 100%. The
Because of
home
the
is on
zoning.
South Point Road, although detached, oh, you're so awesome. Detached, they're all alley fed, so everything in there is alley fed, so it's 100% alley fed. So there is no ratio of street front lot versus alley load.
I mean, townhome rate, is there a townhome to single family ratio they have to meet?
No,
It's different zoning.
Because
yeah,
it's different
it's
zones.
T&D, it's T&D, which allows a mix of the product, and we didn't want, again, this was designed with all alley fed, so there weren't driveways, it's mixed use part of the Belmont Town Center, so it has a commercial core, it has different housing type at a very high density.
So they didn't have to meet a certain single family?
No, that is restricted to the General Residential Zone and the Suburban Residential Zone. I don't think it's low or residential.
We hardly ever address
Yeah, so, but in the Suburban Residential and PR, there's a building ratio maximum of 30% for alley bed pipe product.
Or, in this case, the townhome hall.
Yeah, so they,
so we're deciding on the ratio that we feel comfortable with. Like I say, I've got mixed feelings. I hate to see that density, but getting that road alignment into Bellwood that's unsafe, any condition, something comes from hold the nose and vote for it, you know?
Well, that bothers me though. Because now we're correcting a problem that another development caused, and we're allowing something to go through in one development to fix somebody else's problem. I think that's a bad standard.
I don't think they're 100% built out, though.
Where's that?
Bellwood. There are 90 houses down through there that have lots. There's 85 houses down through there that have to come out.
Yeah, there's obviously more lots than there are homes.
Yes.
But it's low 90s on lots, and I think right at 80 or so.
80 people are gonna, or 80 families gotta come out there right now at that mismatch.
Well, keep in mind, Lake Mist, River Mist is gonna tie in at the end of Bellwood, right?
Right, ideally, that was how they could come out a different way.
But they could come out through Bellwood if they wanted to, up to a light, so you could potentially have that coming up through there too, and so.
I just want to make it clear that this is a DOT issue. That's DOT's problem, that we should have DOT fix. I understand that they're doing us a favor here by fixing it, but I don't think that should be a driving factor in approval or disapproval. Because it's not, first of all, it's not their job to fix.
Right.
And then doing so, although it's nice, shouldn't be the driving factor here. And I'll go on record and say, I don't have a problem with the ratio. I think the ratio is fine, I just think that the whole development should be 3 DUA. I don't have a problem with townhomes on South Point. I think high density and high traffic road is reasonable.
I agree with that. I mean, you said you had a issue with the density, but on that road that fast, I mean, that, you know, it's busy. It's okay to have that level of density, and I appreciate the plan and putting the single home detached in the back and putting the townhomes up front to get the density, to then get Bellwood realigned. I mean, it's turned out to be a win-win for the developer and for the city. I don't have any problem with the density either.
Well,
And I agree
let
with
me
you, having to
clarify.
do the road is just to me, unfortunately, necessary evil that we could correct or wrong, but I don't know how else you would do it.
And just to clarify though, I do have an issue with the density, I don't have an issue with the ratio of the townhomes.
But his density that he's proposing is less
I
than what he has
understand
by
that.
use by right.
I understand that. I'm just,
So it's,
Well,
it's,
yes and no. I mean, there's density and there's usable density. And if you look at, if you were to relay this out in single-family homes, you would not get the density that he's already got. Because you're not gonna build in the tree safe area, because it's unbuildable. So to simply say that one number is bigger than the other or less than the other isn't necessarily true if you lay it out. He would be getting, because he can't get any smaller homes.
Well, he'd have to come back and do a variance.
A variance to get smaller.
which is the same argument.
Well, we allow it.
Well, it's the idea that he's gonna get 130 units on this. You never get 130, it's just not feasibly possible. So, or that, yeah, and then it would be.
They wouldn't be proposing this if this wasn't the best way to go. And it's just business.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the relief for building type ratio as presented at 57 townhomes, excuse me.
57%.
It's getting late.
57%.
57 townhomes, 57%.
57%.
I gotta write that down now, hold on a
57
second.
down on 42 single family.
57% townhomes, over the maximum of 30.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Yeah, it's almost there.
I'll second. Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear that?
Yes. So Matt made a motion and Norman has second that we allow up to 57% townhomes, is that it? That's what I'm reading in the proposed. It's also the same number too, right?
That's correct.
They're both,
It's a percentage.
Oh, that's why it's
Percentage.
screwing me
Yeah,
up.
so-
99, there's
so
99, there's 99.
Yeah, there's 99, so, yeah, 57%.
He's late.
Yes.
So there's a motion and there's a second. Is there any further discussion?
I don't mind the density, I just don't like the way it's laid out. So I can, no, you gotta put in vote.
This is just on that one relief.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no?
Me?
No.
Dan? You a no too?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so that passes. What'd you vote?
Voted aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
So it's
4-2.
4-2. It's getting late.
So that's all the relief requested
Right.
and
Which
as
is
presented.
both passed, right, with the addition on the other. So now we need to get into the consistency.
No, we
No,
need
we
to
still
add
need-
to it. What I wanna see, if it's not gonna come back, is I wanna see profiles through South Point Road as proposed, profiles through South Point Road with DOT approval. Not necessarily DOT approval, in anticipation, this is what DOT would approve. And any, you know, and so, to know what you're actually dealing with. You know, just like we got all the profiles on the Dixon property, nice little profile, showed where everything was, showed the sidewalk, showed the trees, showed the road. I want the same profile for,
For the existing
for,
road.
for
So you're
what
just
is
talking about a
proposed.
detail, it's not a profile.
It's a cross
It's
section.
technically a section,
Well, we
Cross
cross,
section.
A section.
is what you're asking
road
for.
section, but yeah.
Okay, so
It's,
cross section
A cross
for
section.
South Point Road based on the
As proposed.
dedication, the curb gutter,
everything,
the sidewalk.
little people pushing,
and what's the regulatory basis behind that? If they meet all of the criteria, how does this board have the ability to approve or deny based on that cross-section?
It's a condition, right? I mean,
It's,
Well, no, I'm asking,
Well, no,
I'm just asking,
it's not a-
I'm
you're not
asking for the
putting it-
purpose of the
Huh?
cross-section.
you're not putting a condition on it, doesn't
no, I
sound
just
like.
want to
It's
see
just
it, so I think
information.
it's an additional amount of information given that's not shown.
could we ask it as a condition?
These townhomes will be right against the road. You know, I can show you 100 places in Charlotte where it's already
Wait, are
done.
you talking about future right of way?
Yeah.
Detail?
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
well, I
but-
don't think that's actually been designed.
I know, that there's,
You know, also
we
right
know where the
now-
center line of the road is, we know what the requirements will be for a 4-lane road, we know what the requirements will be for a sidewalk that's now against the 4-lane road. We need to know whether or not there's gonna be any trees along the 4-lane road.
Mhm.
And then you got a townhome that's already there. If I owned one of those townhomes and found out that the road was gonna be wide, the 4-lane road, I'd be really upset if nobody told me this.
So, so,
I just want the public to understand that this is
No,
what's
no.
gonna happen.
I clearly hear what you're saying, and what I'm trying to figure out is how to get you what you want when the road hasn't been designed, the cross-section for the future hasn't been fully designed. Right now, it's at the Gaston Lincoln MPO, it's on the thoroughfare plan, or the, what is it called? The CTP.
It was, I believe it was submitted for rescoring in the spot 6.0. So
All right, now I need traffic.
So at the very least, what I can offer to do is reach out to them to see if there is a cross-section that was proposed as part of that resubmittal in spot 6.0, but that would be determined to be whether or not that would be what was actually approved as a
Yeah.
cross-section.
So, question, civil plans, have you graded the site yet with lots, with townhomes?
Preliminarily, yes.
Do you know finished floor elevations of those townhomes?
We will, yes, because they have to be, the finished floor has to be 18 inches above the grade in front of it.
That's correct.
So, you know, for mandated, those have to be
That's
higher
where,
than
that's where
South
Dan's
Point
getting,
and the adjacent road.
that's where Dan's going with this, right? Where is the, you know, so if we get finished floor elevation of the townhomes, we get a finished grade of South Point Road, we can begin to see the disparity. Whether or not it's, they expand and widen on Belmont Middle side, or whether they expand on townhome side, you're gonna see a distance, a change in
Well,
elevation.
it's that, it's also, it's the idea of a sidewalk, how close is the sidewalk to the four-lane road? It's a four-lane road, these cars are gonna be going faster than they go. There's certain requirements that make it comfortable, and there are certain requirements that make it minimal. And I'm afraid that we're gonna be minimal or less if that road gets wide. That's my concern. I'm just looking ahead
I
of
hear
what's
you.
gonna happen.
So, I hear what you're saying, and it's also buyer beware as far as you wanna know that the townhomes, owners are aware of future sale and to
Which
know
they'll
what they're
never be aware
buying.
of.
Yeah. But what I would say is, when the plat's recorded for the development, and that would be transferred onto the survey for the individual lots, they will have the property boundaries. The plat itself will show future right-of-way dedication for future widening.
All I'm addressing is good design versus adequate. If it causes the townhomes to be moved back 10, 15 feet, to make it more comfortable in the future, because, we're doing a disservice here to the front doors. This is the front doors of all these townhomes. You're gonna walk out 10 feet away, you're gonna have traffic.
But if he meets the regulation and the code and the ordinance, how do you have the ability to enforce something more on him?
I think to that point too, it's really not any different than the
There's
Belmont
nothing we
crossing,
can
right?
do about that.
I mean, they just step right out to
Except the
Keener.
road is a very different road.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it would be
Very
nice.
different. It's 4 lanes already.
Well,
It's not
yeah.
gonna expand.
Right.
It's where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And to me, because one, he's dedicating the road, the right of way already.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Well-
right now, at best, you can ask them to try to coordinate with Mecklenburg County, or not Mecklenburg County, Gaston County or NCDOT on a proposed road section. There's nothing we can do until we really know, because they can go 4-lane divided, and that changes the whole, the whole thing.
I'm gonna put words in your mouth. Where you're getting at with this is pushing the townhomes off of South Point Road more than they already are.
Already said that.
I know.
And
So,
yes, the issue with that I see is then you'll take up the parking area off of the alley.
Or you reduce the width or the depth of some of the single-family homes.
You can see there, with all the front setback and the rear setback at 30, we're already pinched on building depth as it is on all those. We've done a lot fit on all these, and we need variety on depth to put the number of houses that we want to do, the different types of houses. We don't want to have a monoculture of housing in here. They all, we have the least deep house that we build on every lot. We want a variety of what we're building. And so, again, that hatched area is area that will be right of way, will not be asphalt. From that new property line, it's still back to 15 feet. With an alley-loaded townhome, that's more of an urban-type product, and you want those pushed a little closer, even, yes, up against a 4-lane road. Now, would I personally want to buy that? No, I wouldn't buy any of these townhomes. It doesn't fit my need. But there are people who would say, yeah, right across from the middle school, right up on the road, I'll take that. You see it a lot of places.
Walk down.
Baffles me, but you still see people do that. And they will know on the flat, to your point, it will either be already dedicated right away or it will be future right away. We have to do that.
Yeah, can we just require a note be placed on the plan at some point that says, best effort to coordinate with Gaston County and NCDOT for future elevation of the proposed sidewalk? Just because, to your point, I think it's gonna be a 2% road with a curb and a sidewalk. I think should be pretty easy to identify what that is right now, just based on the right-of-way dedication. Because how did the right-of-way dedication get determined at 110 feet?
It was coordinated through the Gaston County, Cleveland, Lincoln, yeah. I know I get that wrong. They have a adopted, I call it thoroughfare plan, but it's really the comprehensive transit plan, the CPP maps.
So they have
Right, which
a typical
identifies
section
all
then.
future roads in a region,
Yeah,
in
they'd have a
the
cross
area of what is planned to be in the future.
So I guess to
And-
that point, is it unreasonable then to apply the cross-section that they have in that plan to your plan and show a rough proposed?
So, what we can do, we'll give our best effort at that, not knowing, they don't have a design, but we'll have a cross-section, knowing width. We can show front of townhome where the sidewalk is. We can do that with a typical section on a 4-lane road.
Yeah, just
They
something.
have standard details.
And I'm looking at them, so just as an FYI, 4-lane divided with a raised median, which they may or may not have, we don't know, they haven't designed it yet. Curb and gutter, outside lanes, bike lanes and sidewalks. The right of way is 110 feet. They're only getting 85 here. So they have to go over onto Belmont Middle side.
Well,
I mean,
it would be dual.
Yeah, I know, but my point is, we're not shoving this road up against the townhomes. It's gonna be centered, and that includes, I mean.
What's in that 110 feet? Or what's 55 to the center line?
Or better yet, where does the sidewalk end on the right of way? It's probably back to sidewalks, the right of way line.
No, that.
Let's see if we can reel back in. I want, cause, I mean, this
just-
could go on all night.
Well, yeah, I know, there's, what, I think what Matt's saying is there are standards that you can look at that's typical to a 4-lane road.
Right.
If he wants to show minimums, they can show minimums.
Right.
I just want to see what it is.
Okay.
Because on this, I can't make it out on this plan.
So it looks like it's right on top of it.
Right. This
So,
is.
Pick one.
So we can we put that in?
Yeah, that's all we're asking.
All right.
So we got
And you want
rec-
it on the plan, and you wanna see it.
I just want to see it.
Got it.
So can we put that in the
Mama
recommendations?
fixing the stroller and the tree.
I'm sitting here looking at, there's 5, what are the number of recommendations?
Oh, conditions?
Conditions, I'm
So
sorry.
that would be,
Then you get into roadway improvements, shall include, and maybe that's a bullet item under one of those.
Yes.
I can't find my page. Yes, here it is. So there's 9 recommended conditions, right? On page 58, that goes along with the relief that we granted to release, along with recommended conditions on page 58.
Oh.
I apologize, let's get to it. Yes, there it is, yes, a total of 9 conditions, and you're saying under the transportation, we will add.
so under 5.A,
So under 5, so it would be 5.D, to add a detail, a cross-section detail for South Point Road
yes.
Yep.
of a 4-lane divided,
Mhm.
or whatever's planned here. Okay, got it.
I'd also like to see finished floor elevations, just if we can get an elevation of South Point Road somewhere along the property line, and then your finished floor elevations of your townhomes.
We have that, we have the survey.
I'm sure you could, yeah.
Okay.
So is there a motion to approve the recommended conditions presented here along with item 5D?
5, and the recommendation on the relief request as well, we have in the record.
Okay.
The 2 that we've already gone over.
That
Yep.
we've already gone.
We voted on that, and this is to do the recommended conditions, right?
Okay?
Is there a motion for that?
This is just for the condition, the one condition.
One modification.
Well, we've got 9 of them here. I just assume vote on all of those with the addition of D is the only thing we're adding to what we've been presenting, correct?
So basically, we're approving the report as amended through the discussions and through the recommendations already voted on.
Right. We voted on the 2 reliefs, right?
Right.
And then these are the recommendations of conditions. And the only thing we're changing is item D, which we've got that.
Correct.
Or adding D.
And D.
So moved.
All right, don't hate me, but I do have one more item.
See, you can't.
I'm hoping this is quick, but the follow-up to the community meeting, a few of us met on site with the developer, and we discussed the condition of the existing wall and the treatment, putting a wood fence on top of the wall. There's a cinder block wall that runs pretty much behind the Stowe Road houses for the, I don't know, 10 or so, or 8 or so houses along the back there. I guess it's less than that. It's about 4 or 5 of the houses, really. 10 of the proposed houses. The agreement of the residents was basically to leave the wall in place, which seemed to be in agreement with the developer. Just repair as needed, and then place an additional fence on top of it to the total height of 6 feet. I would just like to see that somewhere in writing as a condition, that gets applied, and ideally, I'd like to see some kind of detail at the council meeting.
So we could modify item 8, or condition 8, a buffer shall be provided on proposed lots located adjacent to the north property line as shown on the schematic plan, and we could add the details you just about fence on the block in.
Yeah.
Within a
I can ask a quick question. Is the developer willing to do that?
The fence?
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, the only, if we found out that the wall was not structural enough for long-term withstanding, putting a new fence on top of that block wall, then I think we reserve the right to take it down and install a solid wood privacy fence. Actually, what the comment was, not all privacy, it was like 3/4 privacy in the top, not privacy, semi-private, that's what
Yeah, like,
Kevin had said.
yeah, I can't think of the term for it, but, yeah, like a lattice structure type deal. Not exactly, but.
Is that the wall you're talking about, right there?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So Shelley, can you,
About this wall, the tree in your backyard has already knocked down a large section of that wall.
Correct, yeah.
Prepared to do anything about that tree? How do you rebuild the block wall when the tree's already knocked it down?
I think we already talked about either replacing a section of the wall. I think it just doesn't seem reasonable, and we were gonna look into just filling that gap with fence.
Yeah, like go across the gap of the block with fence, but the bottom won't be blocked because there's a tree there, it'll just be the tree.
And that tree's gonna keep growing.
You're right.
What are you gonna do when it knocks it down again?
Yeah, we can cross that bridge when we get there.
That was something the fence contractor brought up, not
Okay.
just your tree.
There's a couple
Just the whole
spots like
wall
that.
in general, that if there starts to be issues with that structurally, then they're wanting to do a whole new fence, taking that block down.
Okay.
But I know that's what we had talked about. Right after the meeting, I called our fence contractor and talked to them. They went out and looked at it, and they were a little concerned about it.
Yeah, full wood fence would be acceptable alternative. I think
The intent is to leave the block that's there now there, put a piece on top of it so that it matches the height of a new 3/4 privacy wood fence where the block wall's not. So on that northern property line, there's sections, the corner person, I think the next one up, there's no block wall, so that would be solid.
Yeah.
Or all wood, I should say, and then it would match the top of the one on top of the block. That's the intent. But I don't want to corner ourselves.
Yeah, I think the general consensus was as long as it's not white vinyl, I think they was okay with that, so I think that's fair. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
That's fine.
Okay, so wood fence and, the block wall will be assessed
Yeah.
and used if acceptable, but.
Yeah, in all honesty, I thought that would just be a cheaper alternative for you, so I don't,
Yeah.
makes no difference to me.
It probably would, but I'm thinking long-term, I don't want to do something that might be less expensive now and cause a problem for you or the association in 2 years.
Fair enough.
And we also, I don't know if it needs to be in there, we agreed as part of that work, opening up some areas and helping drainage for a few of the neighbors, because it holds, your lot in particular.
Yep.
And I think one other one, but partly caused by block wall, partly caused by flat grade, but,
Okay.
while we're there.
So buffer and assess the drainage.
Wouldn't take, all that much, but, while we're doing it, it needs to be done, so that could drain on down to our storm system, get collected in our pond. Don't have to treat it, but it's just gonna help their backyard.
so Matt, would you restate your motion?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love
Withdraw it
to.
and just,
Make a motion to approve the report as presented and subsequently amended through the 2 relief votes to add a condition to add more information to the site plan for roadway improvements along South Point Road, as well as fence improvements with the north property owner, as well as drainage improvements for the same property owners along that fence. That's my motion.
Along with the buffer, the trees every, and.
Yeah, there's a 10-foot buffer proposed, so.
That's already in there, though,
Yeah,
right?
that's already
in
included.
Yeah,
And the request was evergreen, something that didn't get over 25 feet.
yeah.
So it's more of a screen lower than.
He sent me language in an email of
Okay.
what was agreed to.
That's included on the
Let's
plan.
include
too.
that in the, if you don't mind putting that in the motion.
Just a heads
since
up,
that's not provided.
the buffer is included on the schematic.
And I did see the buffer on the site plan, that's why I didn't include it in the motion.
Okay.
So do we have all the recommended conditions covered?
I believe so at this point.
Really, it's the south point detail and the fence detail. Is that?
Yeah. And the updated site plan.
And the modified site plan was what? Addressing.
Right,
lot
yes.
length.
Yeah, that's above top.
Yeah.
Above the
Yes.
conditions,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
So Matt has a motion. Peyton, I hope you got it. Okay. Is there a second? Second by Dan. Any further discussion? We all clear on what we're voting on?
Sure.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Aye.
I just vote present.
All right, so two folks, one, Norman voted no, Nick voted present.
Well, I'd like to vote no then as well.
Okay.
I was gonna vote present on the condition that I was the only no, but
We got two noes and the rest are yes.
And I'm good with the relief issues. I don't agree with the conditions that you're adding. So, just to make myself clear.
The condition for the detail
Mhm.
and.
But can I just make a clarification statement?
Mark, where you
It's
going?
my understanding that those aren't
Mark.
conditions of the approval. That is
Where you
just
going?
more information provided on the site plan for our use and for the city council's use. So that those aren't conditions of the property.
It's information.
It's information.
Yeah, it doesn't, it just gives somebody a better understanding.
You're asking the developer to make a guess as to what DOT is gonna do in the future for South
Yeah.
Point Boulevard, to show information that could
Correct.
be incorrect. That could be incorrect.
DOT has minimal standards.
Right.
If he shows
It could be incorrect on what they do in the future.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the
I'm trying to find my
project, that it's in compliance with the comprehensive land use plan.
gavel. Repeat that, I didn't hear what was.
he's doing
Motion to accept the project as in compliance with the comprehensive land use plan.
Is it a reasonable request?
Reasonable, yeah. What's the language?
With the comp plan. So typically, you guys make a motion to either recommend approval or disapproval or approval with modification. Then after that,
Yeah.
you take on the consistency findings of, is it consistent, inconsistent, is it reasonable, and does that weigh in on consistency, right? So you can, thumbs up, down.
Well, can you say that it's not consistent? Because it's not, but I think it's reasonable
Yes.
based on what we
Yes,
have.
and-
I feel comfortable with that, because it is not
Yes,
inconsistent.
absolutely, because it is, in fact, it's not consistent with the land use, future land use designation as it relates to density. Is
Right.
it consistent with other goals of the component, or
Right.
yes, it is, but it is not that one issue. But is it reasonable based on how proposed and conditioned, and that would support a thumbs up or down, however you decide to.
I would make that motion.
I tried, but
I don't know how she said it, but I mean,
So first of all, there should be a recommendation on whether you want to transmit a recommendation of approval or disapproval to the council. After that is voted on, that's when you take on the reasonable request.
Didn't we just do that
I
first
thought
one,
we
though?
just did that.
Did you?
Yes.
Yes.
So in that, okay, so when you
So-
said accept the report with conditions, you were saying you were recommending approval.
Right, yes.
Conditions.
With the conditions,
with the
as
nine
amended.
conditions.
Good on that.
As amended.
And I'm sorry, I
So-
wasn't sure. if you
It's
were
getting late,
just
Shelley.
approving conditions or the project
No.
itself.
We're on number 2 now.
Okay, got it, sorry.
But that's but we approved all that, right? The two relief things and the
Yeah,
conditions,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
4-2,
So
4-2.
The only point I'll make is that it's inconsistent because we changed the land use plan without correcting the zoning. It's not the landowner's fault that it's not consistent. I'm just making that point.
I think that's what we're trying to say. Based on the plan, the map, it's not consistent, but it's reasonable based on,
Agreed.
The
I'm
comprehensive
not
land.
wording that very well, I'm not a good wordsmith.
History maybe with, everything that's been talked about tonight, that's, again, if you're going in that
Yeah,
direction.
because I don't want somebody hammering us saying, you spent a lot of money on this and you're not following it, right? So, I've got that motion out there, if that makes sense.
So your motion was that you think it's reasonable.
I don't think it's consistent
Okay.
with the plan as presented, but I think it's reasonable.
Will you change the word? What do we normally say?
It's consistent.
It's consistent,
Usually it's consistent.
but it's not. It absolutely is not, but it's reasonable based on
Okay.
kind of discussion we had here tonight. I'm not worried.
You need to say it. Someone's the second.
Yeah, so typically, okay, so this is where it gets gray. So that's why I passed this out, because you hear from us all the time, say it's consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan, and that's why I provided this to you. And we usually say goal 1 or 3, land use and maps. But this one's an odd one, because it is clearly not consistent with the density of the future land use designation in the adopted plan. However, it is, I would argue, it is consistent with the goal number 6, say, for infrastructure and land use, but, so that's why we look at it that way. The goals are overarching, and then you have your specific of the land use, future land use designation says your density should be really around here, or a maximum of this. It's not consistent with that, but I would argue it is consistent with some of the goals of the overarching plan.
Matt, you're the best we got here. Can you put that in?
If that, if that makes sense, if you read land use, the goal for land use, or just map.
Make a motion, the project is not consistent with the land use designation. However, the project is a reasonable request in compliance with this comprehensive land use plan.
With these other goals.
Other goals of the
Consistent with the economy. Consider it.
With the goals presented at the meeting. In the report, thank you.
Most of the goals.
Right.
Yeah.
It could-
Maybe
what?
not all, but most.
I would modify just one here that's not consistent as to density.
Right, that's what I believe
Well, he left density out, so that's why I want to make sure.
Land use designation in regards to density.
Density, okay.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it. I'm ready to
You're
go.
gonna vote for it, I'll just second.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a motion by Matt and a second by Norman. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Matt.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Pose like sign.
No.
2 noes, 4 of them.
There were 2 no's,
2 noes.
okay. And that was Nick and
Nick and Danny.
Motion to adjourn?
I think
I'm gonna see if there's any other business, and I'll entertain that.
we need to get into that.
Is there any other business, Shelley?
No, sir.
Can you, or at some point, because it's getting ready to happen, I mean, we did a lot of discussion about South Point Road. There's a lot of things, there's some major developments coming down on the very end of South Point
Yes.
that are gonna impact traffic. So
Yes.
unless they decide not to build it, I can't say. But all I'm saying is, we need to have a better grasp on how all these dominoes add up to where either nobody builds on South Point Road anymore after a certain point. Every 100-unit development adds up. And if you look at that, I mean, the last guy in is the one that's gonna get messed up. But they're talking, how many?
And that's what we're seeing now.
The big ones
I would say Henry Chapel is a good example.
The big ones
Mm.
can't do it because
They gotta
She's right, yep.
no, but they can come in and they can do it in phases, or they can do it in piecemeal. I'm just saying, we've got to figure out a way to get a handle on on the traffic. And what we're
Well, yeah,
what
so-
we're allowing them to do without traffic studies. How many 200 unit, because under the amount of
Well,
required
200
traffic studies.
unit development would have to do a traffic, it's usually, depending on the mix of products, so.
But you understand, it's a math problem.
Single-family detached, yes, it's a math.
It's a math problem.
Single-family triggers our requirement, not NCDOT, so our threshold is lower, so.
But it's
if there's a
But it's
big
still,
discussion
yeah,
earlier
it's,
about
you do
like,
106
looking at that
times.
threshold.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I,
You got one guy at the end who says, I got 600 homes getting ready to come in, you got a big problem. Now, if we build 500 homes, we still got a big problem.
And honestly, they still, the large ones still suffer too, because now they have to fix everyone else's problem with all the
So,
mitigation.
I'm not sure that we all understand how this works and how it adds up, because I've been on here long enough to see quite a few developments come through, and us do very minimal impact to the road.
yeah,
Well, why don't you talk about changing the threshold for a TIA?
Yeah.
Number one.
yeah. there
And
needs
number
to be a
two,
larger
yeah,
discussion.
and number two, make the developers pay for the improvements in the frontage of their development.
Well, if
Lots
they're
of people-
required by the TIA, that's the issue.
Huh?
They do that already.
Yeah, they do
Either
that
That's-
already.
at their property or down the street if there's an impact.
And then they're gonna
Okay.
come back and say you made
So
us do it,
this
now we want
property
more.
is adding curb and gutter and sidewalk,
Yes, curb gutter sidewalks.
but that's not an improvement.
But they're
That's-
not adding it to where
They're
it's
not
going to
building
be, they're
That's
putting it.
Well, they're not required to, because there's no TIA that tells them they need to
Is there a
mitigate.
motion adjourned?
Yeah,
Motion
that's what I'm
adjourned.
saying.
So change that, make them do a TIA.
We stand adjourned.
You're right.
I didn't get a second.
Other places where I've been a part of this, we had